you have 2 seconds.
Yeah, the judge was.
And bang that thing.
All right, there we go. Call to order, roll call.
Trustee Wood,
Here.
Trustee Tarpley,
Here.
Trustee Brady,
Here.
Trustee Terrell,
Here.
Trustee Griffin,
Here.
Student Trustee Reyes, Superintendent President Dr. Walden.
Here. And before you, go ahead
Barely.
and ask for public comment, and then I have something.
Public comment on closed session items. None.
There's none, but I do have, we're pulling agenda item
I think-
2.1.
I think we have to, oh, no, okay.
I'm following Jeff's orders here.
Okay, that's a closed
Pulling
session.
public, 2.1 from,
From closed session?
that person resigned, so we don't need to proceed with that. And then the other one I'm supposed to make in open session, so that's it.
So there is no closed session?
There's still conference with
Yeah,
labor
we're ready.
Right, okay, okay, 2.2 is still closed session. All right, got it. Okay, we will recess to closed session.
me double check. Let me.
All right. Whoa, we're going to hold 1 second on calling to order. Sorry. Want to make sure we get all the public comments in the right spot. Psst. Haley, is that from you too?
So these two are not candidates and they speak at the open time.
Okay. All right. Well, with that, we'll call to order. Roll call.
Trustee Wood,
Here.
Trustee Tarpley,
Here.
Trustee Brady,
Here.
Trustee Terrell,
Here.
Trustee Griffin,
Here.
Student Trustee Reyes.
Here.
Superintendent President Dr. Walden.
Here.
And we will have the pledge. I'm looking for. Oh, wow. There I seem to have found somebody. Todd Scott.
That's adorable.
The second tallest guy in the room.
Todd Scott, lead us in the pledge.
Right hand on the heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Todd Scott. That was the best one we've had in the last 29 days.
Good answer.
All right. Joe, who do we have here for the invocation?
We are proud to have Pastor Dane Davis here tonight, who represents one of the longest standing churches in the
No.
Mojave River Valley region, correct? My mic's out. So Pastor Dane Davis is here, and he represents one of the oldest churches in the high desert, correct?
1925, 100 years this year, yes.
Wow.
Yes. I haven't been there quite that long, close. So when it comes to receiving investment advice, I stand up and pay attention to Warren Buffett. When it comes to advice on brain surgery, I pay attention to Ben Carson. And when it comes to paying attention to someone that can impart wisdom, it's Solomon. And in Proverbs chapter 1, he says this, and this will kind of be the spirit with which I lead invocation today. He writes, "This book is for attaining wisdom and discretion, discipline, for understanding words of insight, for acquiring a disciplined and prudent life, doing what is right and just and fair, for giving prudence to the simple, knowledge and discretion to the young." I want to commend the board and all of those affiliated with Victor Valley College for the great work they do in imparting knowledge to young minds. But Solomon reminds us that it's much more than imparting knowledge. We must also impart wisdom. And what a beautiful platform you have been given to impart wisdom and prudence and discretion and discipline to the next generation. May I ask that we stand for our invocation? Thank you very much.
Trustee Tarpley has a broken ankle.
No, it's not broken.
Give her a minute.
We have certain exemptions here. So. Bow your heads with me, please, as I lead this invocation. Oh, Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity that this board has tonight and everyone in this room has tonight to be a part of this meeting. Lord, we come to you and just confess that you are a great and awesome God. And as Jesus taught us to pray, we ask that your name would be hallowed, that your name would be honored, treasured, loved, and revered as holy in this place. We ask that your kingdom would expand around us because we confess that your kingdom is much better than our own. And Lord, we ask that your will would be done in this place. Lord, I pray that you would be with everyone affiliated with Victor Valley College, staff, faculty. Lord, help them not simply to teach knowledge, but to impart wisdom, discernment, guidance, and great prudence and discipline for the tasks ahead of them in their careers, in their families, in their communities. Thank you for this night. May it honor you in all that we say and do. And it's in Jesus' name that I pray. Amen. Amen. Thank you very much.
Pastor. That was well done.
All right, report out on closed session. Dr. Walden.
So, closed session. In closed session, we dealt with 2.2, because 2.1 had already been pulled. 2.2, labor negotiations, and there is no action taken and no report out. It began at, we started at 5:12 and ended at 5:46.
All right. Deleted or corrected items from the agenda. I believe we have at least
Yes.
one.
One. So announcement of change to human resources action item 6.9 CSEA collective bargaining agreement, closing reopeners. Appendix C, seniority list is pulled from the collective bargaining agreement that is being voted on tonight. The district and CSA will continue to negotiate the seniority list. So you'll just be voting on the remainder, the agreement, and I assume there's an appendix A and B.
Public comment related to non-agenda items. This is 4.1. Please correct me if I'm wrong. So this public comment will be for the non-candidates, and I believe the non-candidates are first Rick Zimmerman. Is that correct, Rick? You're a non-candidate.
Yes.
Okay,
correct.
so yeah, so you're in the right spot here then.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I appreciate the opportunity to speak here. My name is Ricky Zimmerman, and my wife and I live at 13945 Spring Valley Parkway. We're right on the northwest corner of the lake. We've lived there 4 years. We have homes also at Lake Arrowhead and Long Beach, but we spend the majority of our time here. Annual elections are a time of flux. It's got new ideas, new personalities, and opportunities for changes in the manners in which we do things at the SVLA. We correct things that have not worked in the past and add new ideas for things that could work better in the future. I'm here to provide my personal insight to the board when they address which candidates to vote for. As for my background briefly, I graduated with distinction in engineering from Arizona State University in construction management and completed the MBA program except for my thesis when I was recruited by the 1984 Olympic Organizing Committee to join the Peter Ueberroth staff in developing and managing the Olympics. I'm a 2-time volunteer of the year with the Fiesta Bowl and a 3-time member of the year with the Lake Arrowhead Country Club. I've been an engineer project manager for $30 to $50 million container terminals, wharfs, and regional shopping centers. And later I consulted for large national companies. I'm very familiar with lake issues. I'm familiar with the Aqua Techniques 2010 Clarity Improvement Project, the 2018 Town Hall meeting, and the most recent Gentera report. We illegally killed the lake in 2000 against California law, and it has never recovered. We need a minimum of 36 to 48 inches of sunlight to promote plant growth, and we've never been close. Meadowlark Park is another issue. It's gone through at least 2 construction iterations and is still not right. How much money do we need to spend? How many mulligans do we get? This is just not very competent, and we're still not done. I believe the SVLA relationships with the agencies having jurisdiction over our community can be very much improved. We have no effect on the CHP to curtail speeding or removing large trailers, wrecked cars, etc. from the streets. At times we're starting to look like an RV park and a junkyard. Why do we not take a stronger position on this? We currently have a non-compliant ADA handicap ramp at the corner of Country Club and Spring Valley Lake, which the county built. It's been brought to their attention many times. There's been no action taken to date. While the county built it and is responsible for it, if there is a lawsuit, the SVLA will get drawn into it. I've been there many times. All it takes is an ambulance chasing lawyer. From my experience and observations of the projects over the past 4 years, I believe the current structure is not very capable of properly bidding, managing the projects. I see wasted money and few acceptable results. We're playing small ball in a major league. The new upcoming candidates all appear to be committed and very qualified. The issues of concern have gone on for decades, and we need to stop it now. My best suggestion is to change out the current SVLA structure and contract out all SVLA management to a third-party company under the board's direction. I believe they can better oversee the bidding process, planning process, contracts, and manage the projects more closely. Existing SVLA employees would be hired by that third-party company if they seem to be a good fit. We keep doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results, which is basically the definition of insanity. I also agree with a recent suggestion posed to the SVLA board that they initiate a legal forensic financial audit. I understand that the board has a proposal in hand, and at least one board member opposes signing the check to initiate the action. I wonder why they would not welcome full transparency. I thank you again for allowing me to address you tonight. Are there any questions?
We cannot ask questions for non-agendized items.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. And then next up we have, do you want to do the other correction now?
Yes. So I missed a correction. From 17.1, which is the 24-25 academic calendar, correction is that July the 6th is a Sunday. So July the 4th will be observed on Monday, July the 7th. Is that correct? Did I do that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then that was the only other one.
Next up for non-agendized, we have Steve, is it Troop or Troup? Sorry, Steve, Troop or Troup? Troup.
That's all right.
Either one?
Yeah, either one. I appreciate the giving me the time to talk. What I wanted to do was ask the college board to get more involved with Spring Valley. I'm on the board now. I've got another year, but I would love to see more communications, more time with us. We have several board members here tonight. I'm sure all of them want to give a talk, but give them a chance. And our elections, a lot of people don't realize that. We spend between $14,000 and $18,000 every year on elections. So I've been going around and hammering people to get out and vote. So thanks for letting me speak.
Thank you. So for the candidates, that actually will come up right away. I didn't realize it was so far up the agenda. So now we are on 5.1, and we'll have public comment related to the SVLA Board of Directors election.
3 minutes.
On this, we'll have a time limit, just so the speakers are aware, of 3 minutes. And in no particular order, I'm just going in the order of the ballot list. We'll start with Mr. Paul Stanton.
President Wood, if I could just interject a quick second here. Many of you know the treasurer of Spring Valley Lake, Vicki Fitch, spoke to our Board of Trustees back in, I think, February about a forensic accounting audit. And it's the first time in 55 years that Spring Valley Lake has ever gone through it. I just came to find out, and I'm incredibly concerned that apparently we have a board member that hasn't signed the check to authorize it, although it's been authorized. I did go to the board 2 weeks ago after interviewing one of the top attorney firms in the state of California. And I've asked the board to do a legal forensic accounting. So what I would like to see the board members, they come up tonight, and thanks for coming over here, and it is a lot nicer boardroom than it used to be. I'd like you somehow to answer 2 questions to the board. Do you support the accounting audit? And do you support a legal forensic audit? That's something that I would like to see, as somebody that lives there has been involved. But I think it would help the board up here understand how transparent that you are. So, Paul, I'm sorry for saying that, but I think it's very important that it go on the record because this meeting is recorded.
And to clarify, this was designed this section was designed under the direction of our general counsel. So this is not the same as the non-agendized items. and you are able to ask questions and interact with the speaker on this after their 3 minutes is up.
Right, I was going to mention that. Robert, are you running time?
It's running on the screen.
Oh, okay. So yeah, if there is a question, just so the speakers are aware, if there's a question from anybody up here on the board, the question and answer period does not count against your 3 minutes, so you know.
Want to be fair.
Take it away, Paul.
My name's Paul Stanton. I'm running for re-election to the SVLA Board of Directors. I've lived here in Spring Valley Lake since 1999, been on the Lake Committee for a number of years, also Citation Committee, and the Architectural Committee. I do support the forensic audit. I do support the yearly audit that we do. We are waiting right now on some reports from the audit, but it will be nice to get that done and wrapped up, hopefully in the next couple of weeks to months. Other than that, I'm just really here just to introduce myself and say, fortunately, we have a very good panel of people running this year. You really can't go wrong. We got very good people, are very interested, so that's all I have to say.
Paul, do you support a legal audit?
Yes, I
He
do.
did.
Okay. No, you said you supported the financial.
He said
The financial is, the yearly is the financial audit, and then we have the forensic audit.
Correct.
So we divide them up in our board meetings that way.
But we have two audits that we're now talking about, the forensic accounting and a proposed forensic legal. So I'm just curious, you support both?
I'm not familiar with the forensic legal, just the
I
forensic.
spoke about it. You were on the call last week when I spoke to the board. I submitted a letter. I also emailed it to you.
Okay. Is that to audit the law firm?
To audit the legal documents within Spring Valley Lake after 55 years and the way we contract and the way we do business.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would support that.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. Anybody else? No? Thanks, Paul.
Thanks, Paul.
Next up, I'm going to butcher your name. Is it David Stolfus?
Stolfus, that's good. He got it right.
Did I get it?
Yeah.
Don't just be polite.
No, that's it.
Okay. Look at me reading.
I couldn't get it right the first time.
Good evening, trustees. My name is David Stolfus. I've been proud to call Spring Valley Lake my home for over 30 years. Today I stand before you for the third time, asking for your vote to continue serving on the SVLA Association Board of Directors. Over the past 2 years, I've had the privilege of serving as secretary on the board. I've worked hard to ensure our community thrives, not just today, but into the future. I've pushed for the creation of a 5-year strategic plan. I've supported the development and the work on Meadowlark Park, and I've championed efforts to restore and maintain our lake's coving and the quality of water. These things aren't just projects, though, to me. They are long-term investments in the quality of life that we all enjoy at Spring Valley Lake. Before joining the board, I served as the chair of the Finance Committee. I helped to craft a successful plan to pay off a $1.3 million balance remaining on a water loan, which was a move that saved our community about $24,000 a month as a loan payment, and also added an asset worth about $4 million. This kind of foresight is exactly what our association needs to plan for the future. I've also spent over a decade with the SVL Yacht Club. We say that tongue-in-cheek. We know there's no yachts out there, but we are a social club. And I've been serving the last 5 years as Commodore of the Yacht Club. Through events like chili cook-offs, parades, poker runs, we brought our neighbors together. We built community spirit, and we've raised thousands for charities, local charities. I believe that building a stronger, more connected community is just as important as improving infrastructure. Others may explain that they have plans to do this. However, I actually have been doing this for a number of years. And to you who currently serve on the Victor Valley College Board of Trustees, you know this is a selfless role. It demands commitment, experience, vision. I bring all three of these to Spring Valley Lake. I would like to continue advocating for all 2,415 property owners who deserve thoughtful and dedicated representation. Tonight, I ask for your support, and I'm actually going to challenge you to make a choice to champion experience and commitment by checking my name on all 19 ballots that you have before you. This will help me continue my important work on behalf of the members of Spring Valley Lake. Thank you.
Dave, do you support both audits?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Any other questions? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next up, we have Francine Bussell. Woo,
You're doing great.
Good job.
like 5 for 5. Oh, wow.
Good evening. My name is Francine Bussell. I'm running for Spring Valley Lake Board of Directors because I'm committed to protecting our community and the investments we all share, including yours here at Victor Valley College. As a former student of this very college with 2 children who are currently attending this college, VVC is very special to me and my family, and I'd be honored to earn your votes. For 10 years, I've called Spring Valley Lake my home. I believe that our board should stand with FACTS, which stands for fairness, accountability, community, transparency, and service, with the purpose to protect our investments supporting exemplary safety and security, all stacked on the foundation of trust. During the meet the candidates on March 8, 2025, a candidate on the opposing ticket dared to propose a 20% dues increase for the next 3 years that would hurt all our pockets. His plan for this increase was to focus on repairing the lake. It's a tired tactic that previous boards have used to jack up our dues while sitting idle on repairs. That's not fairness, it's betrayal. I'll support slashing waste, fraud, and abuse to focus on the necessary lake repairs and exhaust every option to avoid denting our wallets. And as a homeowner, I support the current forensic audit and the proposed legal forensic audit. I say this publicly to prove that I stand firm and boldly for the truth, and I stand on the side of what's right. My mission is to serve all of Spring Valley Lake, to listen, to ensure logical, practical, and informative decisions, and to restore Spring Valley Lake's mission and vision statement to guide us forward. As a Victor Valley College graduate of the Corrections and Law Enforcement Academies, I'm not here to play games. I'm here to serve and to protect what we've all built together, to win for us all. You can send a powerful message to the opposing ticket if you vote our ticket that is united for Spring Valley Lake. Vote for Francine Bussell, Jose Cortez, and Elizabeth Ferniza. Thank you for the opportunities to serve you.
Quick question, what year did you graduate from law enforcement?
I graduated in 2018.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Do you support the forensic audit?
She said she did.
Okay, just making sure.
Good of you to pay attention, Jen.
I will do better.
Thanks for including that.
Ankle pain. Jen's job is to pay attention, mine is to say the names
So
right.
that the lawyer asking the same question.
And my job is to ask
I'm
questions.
making notes, guys.
All right, next up, we have Jose Cortez. No, we don't. Yes, we do. There's a check mark.
Yeah, I'm
Some names are
speaking-
checked, and then I
yeah, I'm
looked and-
speaking for him. He sent in a statement, and I think he had a spreadsheet. Did you guys get the spreadsheet?
Yes.
Okay.
Hang on.
Okay.
This
We
kid,
have a lot of papers.
well,
And
we
while
have
you're-
the spreadsheet. The problem is it can,
We're sharing it?
no, it can create an issue. So we,
Oh,
in previous times, the board members spoke under the unagendized, which
well,
put
I'm
our board in
I'm
a,
just reading his statement for him, so I'm just a pretend person that's reading it, because he's on active duty.
so I think that's okay, but I think, I'll let you go now, because we're already past the non-agendized. But I think because you're not the actual candidate, we can't ask her any questions.
Okay, fair enough.
I think that,
Yeah, that would be.
And by the
Hopefully
way,
he
I
wrote
did.
about the audits in his statement.
I did turn in a non-agendized item myself to give you the update on the audit. I turned that in earlier, so I
Oh.
know that I got skipped, but I'm not sure what happened. I gave them to Haley,
Okay.
right?
I mean,
So
it's okay, like, I mean,
I
if
don't know
you
if you-
have your own comments, you can make those as well.
I do. Do you want me to separate
But it,
them?
just
It is
because
okay.
of, I have it,
For Vicky? For her own personal comment?
We're already past
Well, she said,
non-agendized.
she submitted it for non-agendized.
I submitted two. I gave you two. One was non-agendized, one was agendized.
We missed it.
Just let her do both now.
Yeah, no, okay, so
You guys
totally-
tell me what to do.
no, you can totally do
We're
both.
simple up here.
The only issue is the legal issue of the interaction with us, and I don't want to get anyone up here in trouble. So absolutely, you can say your own. You can say, you can read the other one for Cortez. Just I don't think we can ask you any questions,
Correct.
just to be
About
on the safe side.
About any of it.
About any of it, okay.
On my own either. You can't ask me any
Right,
questions.
we
about
definitely
it.
can't on yours, because yours, I should have called you up for the non-agendized portion.
We just can't speak to non-agendized items.
Okay. Would you prefer I didn't do this?
No, no, no.
You
Okay.
pick, yeah, just
No,
go which one you want.
absolutely.
Okay. I'll read first.
3
Yeah,
minutes
we'll
for
do,
each
yeah,
one.
in 3 minutes for each.
Okay,
Sorry
all right.
for skipping you.
That's okay. I waved at you, but I didn't know what protocol was, and so I just was quiet.
It's to wave, but I didn't see.
I understand, thank you. All right, well, I will start. And again, I'm reading it, obviously, I'm not Jose Cortez, but it says, "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jose Cortez, and I'm running on the Bustle Cortez Ferniza ticket with Elizabeth Ferniza and Francine Bustle for the 3 open positions on the Spring Valley Lake Board of Directors. First and foremost, I'd like to apologize I could not be there in person. I proudly serve our country in multiple ways, one of which is active military service, and my specialized security clearance has required me to be somewhere unavoidable this week. That being said, I'd like to emphasize for you that our candidacy is running a campaign based on facts, which stands for fairness, accountability, community, transparency, and service. Our strong commitment is to make informed decisions that are in the best interest of the Spring Valley Lake community and Victor Valley College. While we understand that the SVL community is truly the jewel of the desert, we know that our other communities are growing in the surrounding area, and we want to make sure that Spring Valley Lake stays the premier place to live in the high desert. That requires us to tackle head-on the outward appearance of the community, including the cherished lake, as well as the recent increase in crime. We believe that our combined skill sets, professional experiences, and social networks will help us to make positive changes that will enhance our community and the college. Although we live in the premier spot, we want to do our best to keep dues low. As you probably know, the current board is the only one in the last 4 years that hasn't raised the dues, and the candidates we are running against actively advise the community during the Meet the Candidates event that they intend to increase the dues the maximum amount for the next 3 years in order to pay for the lake repairs. We've attached a spreadsheet for your convenience that outlines the financial ramifications of that decision to VVC's bottom line. The total additional cost to you would be $42,912.79 over the next 3 years. Although an increase may be necessary, please know that it is our intention to scour the budget and actively work towards finding ways to reduce excess expenses without eliminating needed services and events that create community and connection. We are very supportive of the current forensic audit that Spring Valley Lake is engaged in and believe it may provide a jumping point for us to use as we build a new, leaner budget that will enhance the community without depleting the residents' finances. In closing, we hope that you feel confident that we will take the appropriate actions to direct the HOA community in the right direction for the next 2 years. We hope we have earned your vote and that you will choose Bustle, Cortez, and Ferniza because we will go the extra mile to serve the community with facts, fairness, accountability, community, transparency, and service. Thank you for your time, attention, and hopefully your vote. God bless America. Jose.
Thank you.
Okay. So now, since I'm up here, I don't know if they want to reset my time. I don't know that I'll be here very long, but as the treasurer, now I'm speaking as the treasurer of Spring Valley Lake Association. I promised you when you requested my presence in February that I would keep you guys apprised of what is happening with the audit. We started, as you guys know, with what we called the deep audit. There were serious concerns that the auditor had and therefore told us we needed to go into the forensic audit, and that is the current position we are in. And we are, I'm not sure which report Paul was talking about that he's waiting for, but we are in need of that. We have some very serious concerns about the way our accountant is doing the accounting and the way it is being represented, and there's a couple other issues I'm not sure I'm really at liberty to discuss yet. We need to talk to legal counsel. We were advised by the forensic audit that in the forensic audit, we do need, or they highly recommend us have a different legal counsel because legal counsel cannot supervise, I guess, their own, the contracts that they've already been privy to. So we did contact the attorney firm and received a proposal, but the board has not seen that legal proposal as of yet because we just got it in our board meeting. It's not until the 22nd. I don't think you're allowed to ask me any questions based on where we're at, but if you do, let me know and I can come back next month to give you guys an update. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just for future reference,
Yes.
not a question. In order for us to be able to ask questions, if you are planning on being here, like you have an update,
Yes, sir.
maybe get a hold of Stephanie or Dr. Walden, and if we put a spot on the agenda, then we can interact. And we'd be
Understood.
happy to put you on the agenda.
Would you prefer I just come monthly to give you any update that's there to be on the agenda until it's over? You want me to just email? Will you tell me?
I mean, I hate to drag
Not
you over
monthly.
here, not monthly, but
Okay,
if
every
there's
other-
anything, maybe it has to be noticed 3 days in advance, so maybe like a week before, if you just contact the president's office, send an email, or
Okay.
then we can put you on the agenda, then Joe can ask you questions.
I would say this to President Wood and my fellow trustees. There are some real serious issues, and they've got to be dealt with. And Vicki, I appreciate you coming over here, and Terry, the time that you take. And it's not fun to have your laundry aired in public, but we have 19 votes in there, and we have a fiduciary responsibility. I mean, I had no clue that the proposed increase that's being talked about would just be another 42 grand. I mean, we already spend like 30 grand a year in here and really don't get a great benefit. So I would, if you have the time, Stephanie's here, you know how to get a hold of me, we can connect and get on the agenda and let us know. I think we all have an inherent interest to be next to a community that has an assessed value of $1.7 billion and is, we have, one of your candidates has graduated from here and has 2 students here. So I would encourage you to do it.
So Vicki, 2 things. One is,
Yes, sir.
if you want to just give a written report to the board, just get that to Stephanie, we'll get that to the board.
Okay.
If you want to be on the agenda, I would probably put you on the president's agenda, my part, because that allows for interaction. And so if you have like things that you think the board might be inquiring about and want to know more about, then you could just ask to be on the agenda for that. And then otherwise, if you just want to provide a written report whenever, just to let, nothing's happening, or, maybe a couple of little points that doesn't merit,
Okay.
coming all the way to the board meeting.
Okay.
So either one we can work with.
Okay. Well, if you want to put me, I imagine we would have some type of report for next month. If you'd like to add me to that next month, I'll make sure that I'm here and give you a report. If something happens and there's not enough to report on, I'll email you or Stephanie to remove that
Yeah.
and send it in a
Just
report.
let Stephanie know.
Okay. Thank you. Anything
Perfect.
else? Okay. Thank you so much.
Hey, not everybody gets to be on the VIP presidents.
Yeah, I mean, well, no, you're like the first person I think that's
Yeah.
ever kind of made that list.
Wow.
Wow.
We have to play music when you walk in the room next time, I'm just saying.
Wow, I can imagine.
Because you guys are interested in this.
Huh?
We'll send the VVC limousine to pick you up, by the way. All right, next up, Elizabeth Ferniza.
Oh, you skipped CJ.
No,
Nope,
he's not here.
not here. No CJ, right?
Oh, he's back there.
Oh, he
didn't
didn't
put his
check
name
in
in.
because he's not
Oh,
checked.
do we get a check-in from CJ?
Who knows?
CJ's here.
All right, well, I
We'll go
called
out of order.
Elizabeth, so
Yeah,
we're gonna
she's
go Elizabeth.
And then come back to CJ.
And before we move on, is Shelley Gray here? No Shelley Gray. Okay, all right,
Cross her.
no worries. Elizabeth, take it away.
Good evening, faculty, staff, students, and guests, and members of the Board of Trustees of Victor Valley College. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Elizabeth Ferniza, and I'm running for a seat on the Homeowners Association Board of Spring Valley Lake with Francine Bussell and Mr. Jose Cortez. Along with them, I am committed to the facts, FACTS. Fairness, accountability, community, transparency, and service. These are not just letters and not just mere words. First, fairness is at the heart of my vision. I believe decisions made by the board should reflect that fairness for all members, regardless of their backgrounds or circumstances. Accountability is key to fostering trust. As a board member, I will ensure that all actions and decisions are in the best interest of the community, and that these outcomes are held accountable for every choice made. Community is more than just a word. It is the foundation that describes the people of a thriving neighborhood. I will work to strengthen the relationships among homeowners through respectful, engaging dialogue, creating a safe environment where we feel connected and supported. Transparency ensures that the board's decisions and actions are visible and open to everyone. I pledge to help keep homeowners informed and involved, ensuring there are no secrets behind closed doors. Finally, service. I am volunteering to serve the community of Spring Valley Lake, including Victor Valley College. I want to be a board member who listens, acts on your concerns, and ensures our neighborhood and communities not only thrive, but remain protected, unique, and original, conducive in abiding by the CCNRs and the board bylaws. In closing, along with my running mates, Ms. Francine Bussell and Mr. Jose Cortez, and myself, I believe in a fair, accountable, and transparent approach to leadership, where every homeowner is heard and the community is always at the forefront. I ask for your support in making this new, fresh vision a reality for Spring Valley Lake. Vote Bussell, Cortez, Ferniza. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
I forgot to ask a question earlier to Francine, David, and Paul, and I apologize. Elizabeth, you're going to get stuck with this. What are the current dues?
Currently, they're over $400 quarterly, so it's $139, I believe, monthly for us, for homeowners.
$412.75.
$412,
$412.75.
quarterly.
Is that the only source of income for?
For some people, that, I mean.
I know things.
Yeah, it answered Trustee Terrell. Yeah, it's the only. The association is at a serious crossroad financially. The lake is a huge. So either a special assessment is what could be done, or yeah.
What about current reserves?
The current reserves, I am not aware of what that amount specifically is at that moment.
They've moved some money. I was the finance chair in 05, 06, 07. And I think there have been some decisions made in the last 2 years because of the excess cost of the lake. The lake could be up to about a $30 million liability.
Okay.
Depending upon who you talk to. So they've moved some monies around from the reserve. I had somebody ask me the other day if they were taking $2 million out of the reserve. I said I hadn't looked, but I am concerned about it.
So nobody knows what the reserves are?
Yeah, there's a monthly, the board puts out their financials, where the issue is right now is that the financials are not
accurate.
Absolutely not at all.
We can probably ask the treasurer next month.
Yeah.
What the reserve
Yeah.
is.
So I think for our treasurer, and I think that's
She probably knows.
that's a good one.
Yeah?
I would ask
Elizabeth.
Elizabeth, thank you. I've met you a couple times this afternoon. Do you support the accounting audit and the legal audit?
Yes, and
Okay.
yes. Thank you.
What did you do for a living? Were you a teacher?
No.
Okay, just thought maybe I got a teacher vibe.
I was a corporate executive secretary for 3C level execs privately.
Very cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So you had to deal with a lot of big egos, huh? Yeah. Okay.
All right. And
Joe.
did we get a card on CJ or no?
No, he is. CJ's, yeah.
CJ, here's my solution. I'm gonna let you come up and speak, but only if you promise, we have to have a card. Only if you promise to see Stephanie and fill a card out after.
Well, that's easier than having to bring like 10 pizzas next month or, yeah.
And
CJ makes the
next
best
month.
pizza and is one of our best golfers at the club, so.
No, thank you, I'll pass.
World well known.
World renowned, yeah.
Well
Well, Spring Valley known. Good evening, my name is CJ Eversall. I've been a resident in Spring Valley Lake for the last 5 years. I grew up here in Spring Valley Lake from 83 to 93, moved back here in 2020. With my family, along with being a homeowner, I own 2 homes in Spring Valley Lake. My daughter also owns her own home with my grandkids. I had a 20-year career in law enforcement. I'm a successful business owner. I own and operate Out Valley Pizza Factory. Thank you, Joe. For the last 6 years, I have been a member of the Spring Valley Lake Yacht Club. I've sat on the Gate Committee. The Gate the Lake. I currently serve as a director for the worship gathering, and I'm also a director for the High Desert Chamber of Commerce. I've done that for the last 2 years. I'm running this year because safety of our community, the structure of our lake, are a high priority. Not to mention the entrance to Spring Valley Lake and our surrounding walls are old and outdated. The county of San Bernardino currently receives $17 million in tax revenue from Spring Valley Lake a year. I think our board needs to put pressure on Paul Cook to put some money back into Spring Valley Lake, because I'm worried about with the new projects of Silverwood going in that we are going to be a second thought. We have been the gem of the high desert for many, many years, and I think that we need to continue to be the gem of the high desert, and we need to put some pressure on their office. I'm a guy that likes to get things done. If there's a solution on a table from a committee, I believe that committee has already put in the work, and I think things need to move forward. I don't think that you need to table everything. I think common sense comes into play on a lot of things. And if you're looking for somebody that has common sense, that can make a decision and make a right decision, I'm that guy. I do support both audits, and I do thank you guys for your time, and I hope you vote for me, Paul Stanton, and Dave Stolflis. Any questions?
No, I'm glad that you pointed out how much money the county takes out of us and is not putting it back, and your perception about that outside wall is spot on.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we look like a third-class community.
We used to be the gem, and we need to be the gem.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Don't forget to fill out the card.
No.
Look, the cops are back there waiting to haul me away if you don't fill that card out.
CJ, we know where to get you.
Right. No, they're going to take me away. I mean, if you don't like me, I guess, don't fill out the card. Right. All right. I think that's it for comment. Do we have any other?
That's it.
Any other candidates here? No. Shelley Gray, last time. Nope. All right. Moving on to item 6, Board of Trustees comments. No, wait, oh my God, I'm a train wreck tonight. Do we have any elected officials tonight? We do not,
No.
Correct? Okay. So Board of Trustees goals, and who is
That'd be
presenting?
Joe Brady.
Ready?
Ready.
Born ready.
Born ready?
Put them on the clock, 3 minutes.
Yeah, probably with me, 30 seconds. I think I have a favorite goal. Mine is to connect the community with VVC, and it's really easy when you have the strong leadership we do here. I work very closely with Dr. Todd Scott and Dr. Mackenzie Tarango. We've done, I think this is about our 15th lunch or meeting that we've done with industry. We've done it from property management to general contracting to mining was real good when we had Steve. We peeled out a $500,000 piece of equipment for free, but we just didn't have any place to put it. We're still looking for that. But this particular one was really exciting, and it was rather interesting because we had Eb Meyer busing there, we had VVTA, We had Burtech. I mean, Burtech controls, the majority of trash in Southern California. We had Advanced Disposal. We had the City of Victorville Public Works. And we had VVTA. And we talked about what do they need and what do we offer. And I think that while the meeting started a little bit slow, it got really interesting because once somebody asks something or wants to know something about it, then everybody else. And I think when I talked to Dr. Tarango afterwards, she said to me, this is probably the best one that we've had. We've had some great lunches, but I think the interaction this time was great because everybody not only wants to continue the dialogue, but they want to come back. So my hat's off to Dr. Todd Scott and Dr. McKenzie. You make it look easy. We do have a luncheon at the end of April on kind of the medical side of healthcare. That we'll get to, and I'm working with Dr. Taranko right now on that, and she's following up with Charlotte. So very, very successful, and I just take my hat off. You guys make it easy. Thanks. That's it.
Joe, you know what that is, don't you?
What?
That little patch you got there? That's a llama.
Oh.
Oh. The new mascot.
Wait.
Who brought the llama?
Wait a minute.
Whoever
No,
did.
it was here when I got here.
Oh, my hat's off to whoever brought that llama.
Okay, so I'm going to address my comments when I have my trustee comments, but thank you. So I asked our student president here, I said, well, where did this come from? And she said, I don't know, I can't tell you. And I thought, okay, so that's good. And for those of you that don't know, I stuck my foot in my mouth the other night.
Oh, let Dan tell the story.
Dan, you want to tell the story?
It's way funnier when Dan tells the story.
Well, have you ever got an angry, blasting email from Joe Brady? Well, I did.
And then he got it on the phone.
Tell the story, Dan. Come on,
You know
your
what?
viewers want to know.
My reply to him was, LOL.
Let's get him to tell the story.
He wanted to
I
know,
was talking to Joe on the phone
he sent
and
me
he
an email about 2:30 in the afternoon on April Fool's Day. He was very upset about the llama change, changing the ram to the llama. Want to know why the board
As were others, there were
able
others.
to take care. Well, I know, but I only got an email from him. You're picking on him, so.
Oh,
I'm
we
just
got to
telling you.
pick on him.
So,
Robert, that was great.
that's, but I will tell you, when Joe found out that it was April Fool's, he said that he was 60, however many years old, I don't remember what you said you were, and it was the best April Fool's joke you had ever seen.
So the story goes, if you don't read things, I was in high school and I was in a class, and every day we had a true and false test. And one day the teacher said, here's a true and false test, and every question is false. Well, we all thought we were smart high school kids, so most of us flunked the deal. So I saw this thing that said we had changed from the Rams logo mascot to a llama. And I mean, I was beyond mad. So I sent Dan an email and said, I didn't realize that the board has no input, and maybe you don't need a board, and blah, blah, blah. So I was on my way out of town, and I was so mad about it, I didn't even tell my wife about it. So we're on our way to town, we're on our way to get to a hotel, and I'm driving down, and I do some business with this nice trustee, Tarpley, and I called her about a business matter, and she said, how are you doing? And I said, I'm really mad. And she said, about what? And I said, I can't believe that this happened. We're board trustees. You don't need us at all. And she said, Joe, it was an April Fool's joke.
I said, it's April 1st.
So my wife's driving the car, and she hasn't heard this. And I was like ticked. So we get to the hotel, and I've got my 5 o'clock call with Dan.
Oh my gosh.
So,
Look at he's red.
yeah. So I thought, okay, I'm going to get you.
Yeah.
Okay, so when I sent that email, I knew that my relationship with my friend, who I love deeply, that he was going to say, I don't believe how mad Joe is. So he calls about 10 minutes late. And I get on the phone. I said, hey, Dan. He goes, hey, Joe, how's it going? Not bad. And I said, hey, listen, let me just cut to the chase here. I don't like the fact that this happened, and I want to let you know that Tuesday night is my last board meeting. There was dead silence, and I go, April Fools. Gotcha. So, Robert, I'm going to tell you, of all the ones I've ever seen, that taught me to read. The next thing that comes out of your office, that was a classic.
That was pretty
So this, I cherish this. I just bought something like this at St. Jude's for considerably more. This is, I will never forget sticking my foot in my mouth. Dr. Dan and the board, I owe you all an apology. Robert, I'm going to get you later. Okay? Paybacks are good, dude. You're good. Thanks.
That was outstanding.
Phew.
That was great.
Punked out.
There were others, I'm just gonna say.
So are we going to do we vote now?
No, it's
Later.
way
Okay.
down.
Okay.
8.1, individual board of trustees reports. So let's start with Trustee Tarpley.
Dun, dun, dun.
Okay.
No, it's fine, I have notes, I'm ready, I'm prepared. So, I do want to mention that I attended a wonderful event, the beginning of a wonderful event that was held here on March 27th. The Women's History event put on by Char, Liz, and Thais, and it was amazing. And I just am so proud to be in the sisterhood with you, and just so proud of the work that you did and that you do continuously. Thank you for making me so proud to be a part of EBC. It was fabulous. I highly recommend any female, any male, anybody to come to this event next year. We'll knock down the walls and make it even bigger, because it was very inspirational and definitely not to be missed. Todd was there, Dr. Scott was there as well, and it was just a lovely event. Very well attended as well. I also just kind of want to, I usually don't speak very often or have a lot of words to say, but I have some things I want to say this month. So if you're not sitting, go ahead and sit, because I'm ready. So I was recently reminded of the nature of the spot up here, right? I don't have a big ego. I don't take myself very seriously. I'm very amiable and very friendly and kind. But I do take this job very seriously, and I want to make sure that I apologize to the public if I ever seem like I don't take this job seriously. And I can only speak for myself, so that is what I am doing. And I want to make sure that I give respect and honor to the board that initially chose me 6-7 years ago. I was appointed, and I ran again 2 years later, unopposed, and so was appointed again. And then I ran again this past fall, unopposed, and so was appointed again. So I appreciate that. I'm not elected to be here, but I am appointed to be here, and I do take that very seriously. So if ever I'm, joking, please know that I don't mean any harm by it, and I do not take this role lightly. And I also just want to speak a little bit. I know that we are in a time of incredible change and incredible uncertainty. And with the recent closure of the Department of Education, I know that as an educational institution, that is very scary for all of you who depend on this place for your livelihood. And so I want you to understand that in my one spot right here, position of power, which if whatever we want to call that, but I will consistently and always protect you and protect these students. And that is my only reason for being here. And I just want you all to know that I see you and I hear you and I understand and I'm here with you. So if you need anything at all, probably all of you have my number, but if you don't, please reach out to the president's office and just know that I recognize what's going on, and I am smarter than I act, and I'm smarter than I appear, but I definitely want you all to understand I'm here, and I see it, okay? That is all I have today. Thank you.
Now you make me feel bad for making jokes.
Okay, well, that's on you.
Trustee Griffin.
All right, great. Much like Trustee Tarpley, I just want to say that I'm very grateful for my position here as well. And I definitely take it very seriously, and I'm here for the students. But I thought I didn't have anything new to report, but I did want to thank those candidates that came out for the SVLA board. I really appreciate your coming out and letting us know what your position is on those different platforms. Excuse me. I did have an opportunity over the weekend to read the materials that you all sent out. And believe it or not, I had already made up my mind who I was going to cast my vote for. However, I think there's much to be said for in-person presentations. I mean, I pick up vibrations, and I think I've made a couple. I've had a shift in mindset because of the presentations tonight. So I want to thank you for that. Basketball season's over, so I haven't really gone to see any sports on campus. However, I think I'm going to see the jazz concert on Thursday night, which is going to be in the PAC. I invite any board member who'd like to come with me to see the jazz at the PAC on Thursday night. In addition, I think April is going to bring a whole lot of different activities. Ms. Jenkins was just telling me about the one that's going to be held, I believe, the third week in April. So I look forward to going to a lot of activities in the month of April. Oh, also, last week I got an opportunity to take a visit to Mitsubishi Cement Company, and Trustee Terrell gave me a one-on-one tour of his operation, and it was really amazing. I mean, I felt like I was on a school field trip. He showed me how they go from one step to the other. I learned the difference between cement and concrete, and it was just really wonderful. But my main takeaway was I got an opportunity to see some of our CTE graduate students who are gainfully employed there at Mitsubishi. And they spoke with me and they talked with me about what they do, and I saw them in their element. And it was really a moment that made me quite proud of the work that we do here at Victor Valley College. So actually, I did have something to report. Thank you.
All right. Trustee Reyes, I don't know, I'm having a night. Do you go? You don't go during this one, right? Because you have your own. You do. Okay. Trustee Reyes.
She goes
all the time, right? I don't know why I'm
All right.
struggling tonight.
So I want to start off that I also attended the Women's History Month event, and I want to give a shout out to Charlotte Allen, Elizabeth Duarte, and Thais Jenkins. They were amazing for hosting this event, and I'm so proud. And then just to go on what I've heard from a couple of our trustees, your support goes a long way, especially for the students. And tonight we have a couple of presentations for you that truly shows the dedication that these students do with your support. And I'd like to invite my ASB council to the podium up here, and we're going to give you a presentation on our ASAC conference in Washington, D.C.
Perfect. Here comes Tim.
Dun, dun, dun.
Right.
The God.
Right.
Hello.
He is a godfather. The Godfather.
We're going to start with a video of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, of us presenting the wreath. So.
That's a memory you'll never forget.
Hurry, son! Follow!
Now that's only the beginning of this presentation, but I wanted to start off with that because it's such an honorable experience for associate student body to be present during this moment. And it's an experience, a once in a lifetime experience that you truly won't ever forget. And I just wanted you guys to see that. I also had to get pushed out of the way by Robert Sewell during this because he had to make sure he got his video, so. But here we are. This is our ASAC presentation on Washington, D.C. from March 13th to March 18th. And up here with me, I have my Senator Emery Fortune, Student-at-Large Angelina Ceja, my Vice President Thais Jenkins, my Executive Senator Stephen Guevara, my Public Relations Senator Heather Davis, and my Student Advocate Deanne Fulton. All right, next slide, Tim. What is ASAC? ASAC was established in 1984, which stands for the American Student Association of Community Colleges. It's basically when all community college governments from around the whole country come together and learn necessary skills such as training, leadership, advocacy, development, and citizenship so that we can fight for a change on a national level. And this was our picture of, you may not see some of the boys because this was our women's history photo that we decided to take, but I promise the boys are in the other sides. All right, next slide, Tim. Our community service project. So every year, ASAC usually partners with the National Park Service. However, this year, due to budget cuts in the executive office, we unfortunately weren't able to partner with them, but we still decided to do our community service project. And what that entails is picking an area around the National Mall and making sure that area is clean for its community. So we started around the Washington Monument and all the way up to the World War II Memorial, where you can see flowers standing. All right, next slide, please. A big part of this conference is networking with different people all across the country, right? So as you can see, we see different people up here. Ben's Chili Bowl is a place we go every single year. It has a real rich history, and it's just amazing. So you have a couple of our senators with our servers for that night, and it was amazing to see it. They put on a little slideshow for us, and it was just beautiful to see. At the bottom right, you see this man sitting in between some of me and my council members. He was actually a teacher from Hesperia High School who now works in Anchorage, Alaska. And so as we were waiting at the Arlington Cemetery lobby, he comes up to us, he's like, "You guys are from Victor Valley College?" And we're like, "Yes." He's like, "Oh, I'm from the high desert." And we're like, "Wow, that's so cool." Like, across the country, we see someone from our area. My favorite picture, the one that I'm standing next to, the wonderful Jasmine Williams. Last year's conference that I went to, she was also a keynote speaker, and she was such a role model to me that I kind of started to follow in her footsteps with just that initial touch. So I'm now majoring in psychology and communications, and that was exactly the same path she went down. Highly recommend her to be any keynote speaker here if we ever get the chance for that. Like, she's wonderful, she's kind. Advisor Sewell set up he put a video up and told her to come say hi to me, and you could just see the light in my face. Like, I was so excited to see her. All right, next slide. Our ASAC legislative priorities. Of course, you have a little educational experience, a little fun here and there with DC, but our main thing to go there is to work and advocate. The priorities that ASAC gave us this year, we all kind of unanimously agreed, was to save federal aid. With the Department of Education coming to an end and so forth, we felt the need that Pell Grant, federal work study, were our main priorities, because without any of this, many of our students here would not have anywhere to get an education. I believe everyone here, for the most part of my students, they all receive financial aid, federal work study. They need it in order to practically survive. And the thing that we do different than most colleges will read off the priority sheet. They'll say, "Hey, this is a problem. This is what you do to fix it," right? Our ASB goes in with a different perspective. We tell the story that means the most to us on why we're here, why education matters to us, and what this does and how this is going to help us in our pathway for the future. So, there's every single one of these students, it was inspiring to even sit next to them. They all shared deep history, deep stories, and I'm so proud of them because my first year, I was freaking out. I was like, what's my story? I have no story. But in the end, you truly do. You find your support system. And these students, we all became a family in this trip, and I'll have that story to tell in just a second. But I am so proud of them for being there, for being open and honest and specific about what they wanted to say and how to get that message across. And they did a wonderful job. All right, next slide. All right, greetings from Congress. So this is our picture in actually Senator Alex Padilla's office, which I do want to give a shout out to my student advocate, Deanne Fulton, because she is the first ASB member to even get us a meeting one-on-one with our team with Alex Padilla's office. Usually it's like group sessions with other colleges. So this was an amazing experience to finally have. Our other members we talked to is Representative Obernolte. As I said before, at a prior board meeting, we went to a community coffee event where we got to speak to Obernolte specifically. Because we understood we weren't going to see him in DC, but it was still amazing to hear his staff listen to us, and they were in favor of helping out Victor Valley College. Like when you hear Victor Valley College, they know who we are. Senator Schiff, this was probably the most impactful meeting that we had. This is the meeting where every single ASB member cried. This is our first meeting we had Monday morning, I believe at 9 or 10 a.m. And we were all stressed. We're like trying to figure out what our story is. Some of us may have overthought of it a bit. But as soon as we got in there, it just rolled out. Like these students, they're so passionate. They know their story. They know who they are. And even if they don't relate to something that was a topic, they knew how to advocate for other students that do need these things. And it was just amazing. Like we were all hugging each other. People that aren't big physical touch people were hugging everyone. Like it was just so funny. And it was a great experience. And it was like the talk of the whole thing that we trauma bonded. The healthiest bonding, right? All right, next slide. Tim of the Unknown Soldier. All right, next slide. So this is our presentation of the wreath. As you saw, it was at the beginning. That was a video of us actually setting the wreath in front of the tomb. We like to call this Tim Isbell's baby because he kind of started this tradition where ASB every year gets to go at least one little day early so that we can present this wreath because it's such an honor. So part of our honor guard this year was my Vice President, Thais Jenkins, my Science Senator, Caprice Cossey, Student Services Senator, Bill Tate, and my Industrial Science Senator Emery Fortune. And it was an honor to see them there. I got to participate in this, so I know exactly what they were feeling. But even just being able to see any of this happening was amazing. All right, next slide.
Who's that guy in the background on the bottom slide?
What? That is Tim in the corner. He had to make his appearance.
Snuck in.
All right. And then this is all of us. I do not know who that man is in the corner.
He's not with us.
But yeah, but it was actually interesting because we got to see one of the honor guards. He was actually from the high desert. Last year there was a picture of him. I believe his name's Josiah. And he was actually the honor guard. And it was really interesting to see that. Like the high desert is all over the world. All right, next slide. Complimentary and Metro versus phone. So these are just some fun photos. But that top one, I want to give you all a little story. We were on our way to the Union Station to go on our trolley bus tour to see the sights. And as we're walking out of the Metro, like you have to be out there fast because people are pushing, they're shoving, and so forth. And well, what happened was my phone was in my hand because I was doing my homework on the Metro. Someone knocks into me. My phone flies out of my hand and goes underneath the Metro. So the good thing is it fell underneath the rail, so it wasn't going to get crushed by the Metro. But it was still scary, and it took 2 hours to get my phone because they had to de-electrify the rails, stop the train, and everything. And so everyone makes fun of me now. They're like, wow, you made people late for work. I'm like, I'm sorry. But as you see, I got my phone back. It was easily identifiable. There's a In Robert we trust coin on the back. So that's just, Robert was happy about it, and he also took a picture of me crying with the police. So yeah, that was an interesting experience for sure. All right, next slide. These are just some more sites. Of course, you see Iwo Jima, the Vietnam Wall. That dinosaur I thought was so cool. It's in the Natural History Museum. And then, of course, our lovely Capitol that we got a tour of. Next slide. So this is my favorite slide because this is all our bonding. Like, we obviously became more closer. We were squishing people in the airport, fun times eating, the White House. I got my executive senator who never smiles to actually smile in a photo. So I had to put that up there. And then in the middle is a video that I'll ask Tim to play in just a second. This is that guy right next to Bill Tate. His name's Jerry Sullivan, and he's the founder of ASAC, and he wanted to do like little bonding activity with us.
Is he shushing you?
No, you'll see in just a minute. But it was interesting because he didn't do this with any other college, so it really shows that VVC is really out there, and I'll let Tim play the slide.
Meowie Morgan, Darling Leanne, Freezing Flower, Amazing Angie, Happy Haley, Beautiful Bill, Jumping Jerry.
So this is called the name game, and so we had to do an adjective while also doing our name and the move. So it was pretty funny, and we kept laughing a lot. But it was amazing. All right, I believe there's another slide. Robert funnies. I had to add something funny in this slide. So these are unforeseen pictures of Robert. So if you need to take pictures, go ahead. Like, please post them everywhere. We cherish these photos like very dearly. All right, next slide. And that is a big thanks. Without you guys, we would not be able to go on this trip. And we appreciate your support. And for that, I'd like to ask for permission for myself and 5 other students to approach the dais to give you guys something in honor of that.
All right, I'll ask the police to stand down while you do this.
So proud
Tase
of
'em.
you guys.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Very cool.
Appreciate that.
Very cool,
Very
guys.
nice.
So proud of you. So proud of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That is cool.
I think you went a little over your 3 minutes, by the way.
I get it from Robert. He likes to take 30 minutes in our ASB meeting.
Trustee.
Wow.
Terrell.
Now that they're home, they can just run you over, huh?
Right, they got
Kind of
what
like
they wanted.
asphalt.
Trustee Terrell.
Well, as the chair of the Manufacturing, Engineering, and Industrial Technology Idea Apprenticeship Committee, I had the pleasure of visiting a soon-to-be commissioned skills center at the City of Paris and Riverside Community College District. They took input as to what equipment and curriculum they thought would be best served for their developing workforce that they're trying to achieve down there. So a few of us went down there and visited that center. It's very nice. It's basically bare bones, and it'll be something that hopefully will serve that area. I also got to obviously take Dr. Griffin on a tour of the cement factory, as some of the other board members have had the opportunity and some of the staff have. We do burn dirt, very technology based, but it's a good thing to do. I hosted a tour for the Mountain Desert Career Pathways CTE program from Silver Valley. And I also had a tour for Options for Youth. That was the CTE coordination and their staff. And then recently I also got to attend the Chamber VMI to get an update on the state of education. So I'll be shorter than the other.
Busy. All right, and Trustee Brady.
I got a couple things to cover. Trustee Terrell, when you were talking before about, or Trustee Griffin was talking about concrete and cement, I looked at Trustee Tarpley and I said, Hoffa, what's the difference? Was it concrete or cement? Only kidding.
You know what the difference is.
Holy. No, that's the first thing I thought of
Hoffa?
when he said what he did. Was out at Barstow Community College. My wife and I have been lucky enough to do an endowment with them out there on their entrepreneurial program. So I think we're the first scholarship for entrepreneur. Remember their President's Club, and they had their lunch 2 weeks ago. I got to say, I think I heard Victor Valley Community College more times than I heard Barstow Community College during their presentations. It was really, they talked about all the programs that they're doing, but you could really tell, you could see the spin-off of the joint board meeting that we had and the working relationship and what they're doing. I picked up some stuff that I sent to Dr. Walden on logistics, and because they're kind of going down that path. And it was just really nice to see how many times that VVC was acknowledged at Barstow. I did meet briefly with Julie Hackbarth, who I've known for 30 years. She's their president about the next deal that we'll do, and I told her I would coordinate with President Wood. Soon, I won't say what date, we'll be doing a tour with Dr. Walden, Dr. Todd Scott, Dr. Mackenzie Tarango, Trustee Terrell, a major industrial broker. I know Jeff Morgan, and we'll be touring the Skechers facility down there in Marina Valley. If you've ever driven down the 60 freeway, it's almost a mile long. It was developed by a guy who is like my all-time icon. His name's Ido Benzivi. We're going to go down very soon. The idea is to have him kind of walk us through. I don't think I've ever met anybody smarter than Ido, and I think that he will challenge all of us to take a look at how do we prepare for the 80 million square feet of industrial logistics and distribution that's coming to our market. So that's going to be really soon. We have the industry lunch coming up on the 29th. I will say this publicly, and I know this will come as a shock, and I know that Trustee Tarpley said something. We are in uncertain times. I do support the realignment of the Department of Education. I've been told by many people back in Washington that what we will get will be far better than having a level of bureaucracy up there that's just taking money and really not doing anything. So I support everything you say about protecting our students and our teachers out here. But I am a private business guy, and I don't get a paycheck. We have to earn what we have, and if we have fat in our business, CJ's sitting back there shaking your head. I mean, do you get a guaranteed paycheck? No, that's not how it works. So I think it's all going to work out a whole lot better. I will say this, and Trustee Tarpley, I've heard a lot of comments by trustees up here over the years. I mean, a lot. I don't think I could ever remember a comment better than what you said tonight. I am really proud. I'm proud that I was a part of the board that selected you, as well as selected Trustee Brandon Wood. You talked from your heart. I will say this to anybody here listening. If you ever want to get Trustee Tarpley's attention, talk to her about her favorite topic, and that's solar. Because I can tell you that two of us have gone at it a couple times, and I mean big time. So
No, thank you. I'll pass.
I'm only kidding. So
he's dishing from a big bowl because of the llama.
Yeah. So with that, I would like to read something that came today, and there's a reason I'm going to read it. And I hope the crowd will bear with me for the next 2 minutes. I would not be sitting here tonight if it was not for the tenacity tenacity by former trustee, former five-time board president, Joe Range. I applied to be a trustee in January of 2011, and I was told by my very close friend, former president of the foundation, Joey, you're not going to like this and you're not going to want to do this. And her name is Diana Carloni, and she's one of my best friends. I was lucky. I beat out 23 people, and it took about 13 motions that night to get me over the line, and it was Joe Range that helped with Trustee Lori Denson. So I want to read something. Kirsten, I want to thank you for putting this out through Robert. Good afternoon, Foundation board members. It's with a heavy heart that we announce the passing of Joe Range. Many of you knew Joe personally and know the love that he had for both VVC and the Foundation. Please take a moment to read the communication. So with great sadness, to announce that former Victor Valley Community College trustee Joe Range passed away on Saturday, March 29, 2025. Joe was born December 20th, 1937 in Omaha, Nebraska to Joseph and Rosalia Range. He is predeceased in death by his loving wife of 65 years, Cherie, and she was a great lady. He is survived by his children, Terry and her husband, Chip, his son, Douglas, and his wife, Lori, and Patty, 8 grandchildren, 6 great-grandchildren, his brother-in-law, Chuck Nitz, and 2 nieces. Joe graduated from Del Norte High in Crescent City, California. His junior year of high school, he met his wife, Cherie, in study hall. They married in 1957, Biloxi, Mississippi, where Joe was stationed in the Navy and soon transferred to Honolulu, Hawaii. He served in Midway as a radar and electronics repairman for the Willie Victor II aircraft. After his service was completed, they moved to San Jose, where he worked for IBM as a quality control technician. In 1971, he moved to Colorado and founded his own business, Range RV, selling travel trailers and motorhomes. In 1981, he added AMC Jeep Renault automobiles to his business. In 1985, Joe relocated Range RV to Vista, California. Then in 1991, he relocated Range RV to the high desert in Hesperia, where the business continues to operate by second and third generations of his family. Joe is a visionary and builder and a true advocate of the high desert community in Victor Valley College. He and his wife, Cherie, supported the VVC Foundation since 1998, not only by giving, but by volunteering their time. Joe served on the foundation board from 1998 to 2012 and was the executive board president from 1999 to 2002. On December 9, 2003, Joe was elected to serve the Victor Valley College Board Trustees and remained a trustee till December 11, 2012. During his 9 years on the board, Joe was elected as president of VVC Board Trustees 5 times. He stressed calmness and continuity, consistency on the board, and likened it to a great aircraft carrier rather than a fast speedboat. He said if you could sink it, he said if it could sink if it was directly hit, because it could not change course quickly like a smaller aircraft. That was why it was so important to set on this safe and productive trajectory. He said positive change would only happen gradually with careful and thoughtful leadership. The term visionary is an individual who sees potential of how the world should exist and then takes steps to get there. Joe Range was Victor Valley College's idea guy. His big and lofty ideas weren't about personal recognition, they were about service and giving back to the community. But make no mistake, Joe was relentless in his pursuit to enrich the lives of students and help Victor Valley College prepare to serving our booming population. He was instrumental in bringing a new performing arts center, the Advanced Technology Center you see, and he was a part of upgrading the gym on the lower campus. When the public approved the 2008 bond measure, VVC was given $298 million vote of confidence to enhance its readiness to provide community education with a solid focus towards meaningful job training and enhanced student experience. Joe is at the forefront, serving as a listening and leading advocate of the campaign, dedicating his personal time to community presentations and outreach activities. The One-Stop Shop, which opened on February 7, 2020, is a direct result of the tireless efforts to improve the lives of students by providing them with an exceptional education. Joe was quoted once as saying, what I get from the college is a satisfaction we're going to graduate people that will take our place as business members and community leaders. Today, this building serves as a gateway to the better life, as this is where they will begin their journey here at Victor Valley College. Joe's family was the center of his life, and he was loved as a husband, father, grandfather, great-grandfather, and will be greatly missed by his family and many friends. At the age of 87 years old, Joe was called to heaven, and he will surely keep that range up there clean until the balance of us get there. His funeral will be held on Wednesday, April 23rd, 2025, from 11 to 1 o'clock at Sunset Hills in Apple Valley. There'll be a great side service followed by a reception. So I wanted to read that. I unfortunately have plans and will be out of state. And I just think that somehow the board may want to discuss how we may want to recognize him at a future board meeting. And I would ask.
We're bringing a resolution to the next board meeting for the board to vote on.
Great. So just that's my report, President. What I'm sorry for taking a little bit more time, but again, Trustee Tarpley, you're a class act.
All right. The good news is mine will be short. I haven't had the opportunity to participate in anything on campus since the last board meeting. I've been tied up in trials and work and travel and other things. But I did want to just take a second and relay a little bit of a story. I think anybody who knows me knows I'm not a snitch, so I'm not going to say who it was or where it was. But I did just recently witness an interaction. I was on my way in to meet with somebody, and from a little bit of a distance, witnessed a bit of an interaction. Now, some of this is maybe in my own mind. I'm having to kind of parse out the roles as to who was who, but it seemed as if one person was probably a supervisor, management type person. The other person appeared to be more of a subordinate to that person. And I just watched what felt to me to be a very disrespectful, condescending interaction from the person who I presume to be the management person in the direction of the other person in a very uncalled for way, right? I didn't say anything to the people at the time. It's not my place to do that, so I didn't get involved. But it's kind of bothered me since I watched it. I can say with a very high degree of certainty that it was no one in this room. But it did kind of bother me. And it kind of took me back. Anybody who knows me well will often hear me quote my grandmother quite a bit. And I know this is a quote my grandmother stole, obviously. Treat others how you would like to be treated yourself. And it kept, Jen's trying to cue me in on the main source. But in my mind, that comes from my grandma, Jen. Don't take that from me.
Fair enough.
And it just kind of kept rambling in my head. And I thought, I don't have anything else to talk about tonight because I haven't attended any sporting events or any other events on campus. And it just kind of bothered me. I mean, I kind of wondered, should I say something? Should I butt in? I totally would have been out of place to do so. Can you imagine the fallout? I mean, one party to the conversation probably would have thanked me for it. The other party to the conversation probably would have been very upset that I got involved. But really what I just kept thinking is how wrong that was and how I didn't really feel like that person needed to be thinking of a word that starts with a D, but I won't say that. Such a jerk. I'll use the J word. And that really nobody deserves to get treated that way, right? I mean, I don't know what led to that. I don't know what led up to it. But it bugged me. And so I just wanted to take my time to say to everybody in the room, and again, it was nobody in this room who did it, but say to everybody in the room and anybody who might be watching on camera, before you're a jerk to somebody, whether they work for you or you work for them or whatever the relationship is, whether it's your kid or your spouse or your friend or a stranger on the street, just somebody that you're stuck standing behind at the grocery store. Just think about treating other people how you'd want to be treated, right? I feel like the end of all the Jerry Springer episodes. What did he say? Take care of, be kind, and what was it? Somebody help me. Jerry was a lawyer. Something like, I don't know, take care of each other, be kind to each other, whatever. Take care of yourself and each other. There it is, somebody from way down in the back. So just treat each other well. And I don't know, maybe now I won't feel so bad about what I watched occur, but I didn't say anything. Now that I've kind of aired it publicly, maybe I'll feel like I've made peace with my inner self. So thanks for listening. Superintendent, what?
It's 7:32. Can we have a little break?
Well, you got to pee or what?
Oh, my goodness.
Dan needs a potty break. No, yeah, we can take a break. We've run long. God, we've run long tonight in the beginning. So we'll take a break. Why don't we say like 7:40, like 8-minute break?
We'll see.
No,
It's
but
been
I didn't
a minute.
just give everybody a rest.
You want to be treated, and you say that right out loud.
Right.
Hey.
Oh, it's a little stiff. That was beautiful. Yes.
You know when you see it, you don't know if you should. Sometimes you can't.
You can go on and talk about comments.
Okay, and I'm gonna get in touch with them. And I wanna let you know. I don't even need to. Yeah, everybody's gonna be mad if you don't stop. Starting to May. So just to let you know, I forgot. And then, I was out there. Oh, yeah. For the, yes. And I made you on a trip. I did not win. I've been on it. CJ won that. CJ won, and I've never heard him before. That is not fair. I heard his name. Yeah. That was a great trip. But that's okay. I'm like, no need.
Too much psychology.
I think over the school took a lot.
I just remember always thinking, this does not make sense with the rest of the show. Like, she just had this huge ball on his face, and then he says that. Like, very.
Would you like some help? You know, there's Jennifer. There's a ramp.
I went down it. I
Yes.
just didn't know.
Absolutely.
It looks like you need a key card.
No, it's green. If it's red, you need a key.
Well, now I know for the next time.
Hopefully there won't be an extra.
Hopefully not. Okay. I made it.
You know, we're never going to get done.
No, never. I don't do that.
I offered it.
I know he did offer, and I just said, no, I'm okay. No, get out of here with that. What are you? He's at a baseball game, I think.
Angels or Dodgers?
No, his little league team. The Red Sox.
The Red Sox.
Oh gosh, I'm sorry. I'm a blubber. I'm a blubber. Three taps. It's beautiful, and I'm so glad that you did that. Oh wow. Okay. I like it.
So when we do the vote, SVL board, we're going to have that like public comment and do it.
We have to do it publicly, which is so awkward.
Oh, that's fine. I just wish we could have asked.
Basically. I mean, I'll say my comments. You know what I mean? Like, of what I'm talking Agreed. Yeah, and it's a little bit. I mean, our votes, we don't live there. We're not. Okay, but we're not invested. It is the college's money.
Well, you have 19. Basically 19.
1 year, like 26 candidates. It was 2 years back, and they came and they were like, oh, and they like started it was ridiculous.
Really?
Yeah. I got mad. I started.
They said the word solar.
Yeah, they did.
Somebody said solar. Mr. Lama.
Somebody did.
Huh?
Mr. Lama.
Yeah,
He said you said solar.
I was hot.
That's so funny.
I'm glad I talked to you.
I know, I am
Before
too.
you talk to him.
Oh, no, I'm really, oh, no. So I didn't think twice about sending an email.
I read through it right at the top. So wherever I sit on
Yeah, on the side. And I knew it was April 1st because I have a kid, you know.
I thought the whole design of the llama was outstanding.
Did you really?
You have my
See,
number.
Graphics on that?
You
I
have my
paid
number.
no attention to it. All I did was I read and I'm thinking, no.
Okay,
It-
just, I'll hug you twice
It'll be
next time I
something
see
I'll always
you.
remember,
I'll
let
hug
me
you
tell you.
twice next time, okay? Because I'm hurting.
The moral of the story before I send
I'm
an
proud
email
of
like
you.
that, I'm going to double check what I do.
When Dan told me what you did, I was just like, whoa.
Yeah.
Oh, I would have been bawling.
His
For
story,
sure.
His story was much better when I read it.
Jeb had, Steve,
President Wood.
some of us got to go to bed tonight.
Tim,
President Wood? Good catch. President Wood?
Is that coffee?
Yes, coffee.
You can drink that?
Yeah, you don't drink a whole pot of coffee and go straight to bed.
Oh.
That's Navy training.
Navy training. Navy training, sir.
My turn.
All right, here we go. Superintendent President's reports. Dan's going to show us how to speed up a meeting.
Yeah, after you guys took all the time you wanted, yes. is what
I
we're
know,
gonna
I'm
do.
so sorry. I don't know. The wheels are off the bus tonight. The wheels are off the bus.
Anyway, a while
We're
back,
dragging.
we presented an economic study based on the impact study on what Victor Valley College has in the San Bernardino County and society at large. So the discussion was at that time that we would like something more narrow, that exactly what was the impact of Victor Valley, the economic impact of Victor Valley on the high desert itself. So my good friend and someone I have known for 20-something years now, way before I became president.
Yeah, when you were 2.
Yes. Yeah, I think I met Jenny in 2002. So that's how many, 23 years ago? So anyway, and did interview her on my dissertation in
Yes.
2008.
That was a good
7.
topic.
Sorry, 2007.
Great question.
But she's going to give you just some really quick clip notes on what's the impact of, the economic impact of Victor Valley College on the high desert, our service area.
Yeah, and I'm going to take less than 2 minutes, but for the benefit of our new board members, this information is on our public website off the president's page, and you do have a 2-page sheet summary, okay? Well, 1 page is for the county impact, and the other page is for high desert impact. Let's just go ahead and get the slide up. It's just the one slide.
This one here.
Tim? Thank you. So again, we focused in on what our contributions were, not only in terms of overall operations, but construction, unlike operations, when we spend on construction, we're also creating jobs. So we always separate that out when we do an economic impact analysis.
So what this chart does, the one that's up on the screen, is it actually shows them side by side.
So, I mean, the bottom line here was shocking for all of us, very exciting when we went over this, is that 87% of our total economic impact in the county is actually right here in the high desert. Okay? We still have a lot of commuters, yes, but when it comes to what we do as an economic engine in this area, because we're not only spending and we employ, we're also raising up folks who come back and contribute again to the economy. So 87%, which is equivalent to about, 480 million and 5,000 jobs. So really exciting stuff, setting the foundation for some master planning work we're going to be doing in the next few months. So pat yourselves on the back.
So I think what was interesting about this to me was we're always hearing that students come here and get their education and leave and don't come back. This data actually shows us the students are actually coming here, getting an education, and staying here. And so the impact on society as a whole, 87% of that is right here in the high desert. So that's a really important point. We don't know, perhaps students that transfer to 4-year universities may be going and not coming back. But for those, that's why you can go all over the high desert. It happens to me almost daily, certainly weekly, that I'm talking to someone, I went to Victor Valley College. Well, I graduated from Victor Valley College. And we interview hundreds of people here for jobs, and just a lot of them will have it on their resume that they graduated from Victor Valley College. So I just want you to know, it's not all being shipped off. It is making a real difference. And I think what you see there is a $358.6 million impact on the high desert annually.
Just from the alumni.
That's just amazing. Right? And, you can see the college operations, its impact, construction, its impact, what's the other one?
Student
Student spending. That's pretty phenomenal. The students spend $5.7 million on the high desert every year. Interesting thing is they spend 10 million on other places. So, but the part about the alumni, which is all of the people that have ever gone to the college that the study can trace down through Social Security numbers. That's what they have is a 358.6 million, and then society as a whole. So if you remember the county, when we did the county-wide, it was 553.1 million, creating 6,081 jobs in the county, but looking at 5,113 jobs filled by people that came to Victor Valley College. So, yay.
Yeah. That's great. Congratulations to you all.
You're making a difference. Any questions for Jenny?
Thank you for bringing this information to us.
Yeah.
Yes.
This was done, what company did this?
They're called Lightcast. We actually used them in 2018 to do that program gap analysis, so they were called to something different, but they do everyone, I mean, honestly, from Arizona, west, so really good outfit.
Thank you. All right, awesome. I just got, I couldn't believe this when I opened it up and she showed me, actually about 3 or 4 months ago, and we were looking for a good time to bring it, so we settled on this month. All right, so annually we are required by statute in the state of California to give you a a distance education report that must be given to the Board of Trustees, and so our distance ed dean, Dr. Henry Young, is going to give you a very brief synopsis.
We'll do that. Thank you for the opportunity, Dr. Griffin, Mr. Terrell, Dr. Walden, of course, our chairman, Brandon Wood. I always reflect that I called him Woods my very first time when Brandon Wood, Jennifer, Ms. Tarpley, Mr. Brady, and then, of course, Haley. Thank you for the opportunity. So, distance education at Victor Valley College, obviously very pivotal. Our mission is to expand access to high-quality learning by using innovative technologies across asynchronous online, hybrid, remote, and high-flex modalities to serve our diverse and growing community. VVC creates flexible, inclusive, and compelling online educational opportunities supporting our student success. VVC is growing. So just some quick data to show how we are growing. Next slide, please. Our online course growth is about 48% over the past, thank you. Our online course growth is about 48% over the past 5 years. And interesting enough, you can see the growth in the various schools, Haas, STEM, BLAR, and PSIT in particular. And our online section growth, that is the number of classes that we're offering in online, is 58%. So we are growing, obviously, as a response to our community and student enrollment growing. Next slide. With this growth, we have seen some pains, and as you look at these two graphs, the top graph is going to give you a synopsis of our growth over the last, or shall I say our student success rate over the last 5 years. The orange, I had to color code this for myself, I hope it helps, is our success rates for online compared to face-to-face on the top, and then hybrid on the bottom, or the green line. So we're 11% lower than our face-to-face, but we have remedies to fix this. And then our success rates are lower than the California community colleges on average. If you take a look at the 23-24 in particular, our numbers are lower. Now, the bottom data there is strictly the California community colleges, so that's a snapshot in the orange and blue. That does not reflect VVC. Next slide, please. In this instance, our student online learning, there are disparities that exist. Data indicates that Black and African American students show the lowest rates in online learning success at 55%, 10% lower than Hispanics and 8.8% lower than our white students. This graph shows our face-to-face on the left, and African American and Black is highlighted with the blue dots there. And then online, 55%, and hybrid is 53%. So how do we change this? So we're doing several things. Next slide. As a program, increasing our training opportunities for faculty in terms of course design, the way in which the classes are built, in terms of the content, the interaction, the assessment, and the accessibility within our courses. Also increasing communication with faculty regarding legal policies and best practices, in particular regular substantive interaction that's required in courses. Building tutorials and templates to support instructor design and practices, and implementing culturally responsive andragogy, pedagogy, faculty training. Lastly, working with Umoja to identify services to better support our Black student population. So we're hopeful that these things will help to increase those disparities in success numbers. Next slide. Currently, we are implementing what we call a peer online course review team. They call it the POKER team. And the POKER team is going to be a set of faculty who will help faculty, new faculty and old faculty, align their courses with what we call a design rubric. And this alignment will also give instructors a quality course badge that they'll receive a higher placement when we get to the cross-enrollment that I'll talk about next. So we do have a quality piece that's going to in work. Lastly, next slide. Victor Valley College will soon become a CVC exchange teaching college, making it easier for students from across the state to seamlessly register in our online classes, dramatically lowering barriers to online education for students across the state. And so the two visuals are just what it used to look like compared to what it will look like. So student enrollments are going to help not only for students to take online courses with us, but for our students to take online courses at different institutions. And that's all I have. Any questions?
To address the unsuccessful rate, I guess is the best way to put it, have we done any interviews with students to see where we might be able to gain some insight as to why we're not succeeding?
Great point. Yes, we have. Typically every year we do a survey of both faculty and students. And the big item that students are saying is just the level of communication that they have with their instructors. You know, and
Is that during the class, or is that as they're taking the class?
Yeah, so let's look at asynchronous online. So asynchronous online is a situation where faculty will develop the pedagogy and the curriculum, and then they'll deploy it in our learning management system. At that point, there's requirement that the faculty engage with students to keep them obviously engaged and abreast of things. And again, I'm not here today to say that that's not happening, but students have said that they would like more engagement with faculty. So as I alluded to, the regular substantive interaction is the piece that we can really, in my mind, and I say in my mind only, get better at. And not to say that faculty aren't doing, their best work, but in that process of surveying students, that was one of the things that stood out.
Thank you.
Dr. Young, thank you for the report. I am going to ask for a copy of it. I would like a copy of it. Sometime you can email it to me, or someone can email it to me. Regarding the achievement gap, do you simply gather the data, or is there like some type of ongoing intervention before the semester ends, or certainly before the year ends?
Well, one of the things that's necessary is for us to identify it, as it's happening. Our culturally responsive pedagogy and practices training that's going to be happening here soon is one way that I feel that faculty that go through that training will be able to assess the risk of students that are failing. It's also important to note that our Umoja program is just thriving. I won't speak to the numbers, but I think they're the largest in the state in terms of Black or African American students that are involved. So to your point, the early alert, as it were, is something that faculty usually use. Also, our engagement centers is something that I feel is helping us to catch or to support students that aren't succeeding at the rate that we would like.
I'm just so happy. I'm so happy that you're doing it. I'm sorry. Just so happy that you're doing it, because it's not only a Victor Valley problem. It's statewide and nationwide. So I'm just happy to know that we're actually doing something to that effect. Thank you. Thank you.
Can we go back to that, back to the slides? Because I need to point something, I want to point something out. I think got missed. The very first data slide.
Shifts in modality, that one, Dr. Walden? Or you want the success?
Yeah, because what I want to point out is 58% of our classes are not online. 58% of our classes could be taught online. But we don't have 58% of our offerings are not online. I don't want to mislead anyone. Only about 35% of our courses in any given semester are actually taught online. Go back to keep going.
That one?
I think that's,
Yeah, the one before. Right here, next one. One earlier.
Earlier.
Yeah.
Earlier.
Right there.
Right, that. So those, when you look at that 58%, that is not how many courses, like this is spring term. That would mean only 42% of our courses are being face-to-face. That's not true. 58% are qualified to be online, but we don't have 58% of our classes online.
I think that slide's saying there's a 58%
Growth, right. Yeah, if I might have said that, but yes, it is growth.
Oh, the
growth
growth
of
from where to
online.
when? Oh,
Well,
from 19.
From 20 to 2024.
I'm sorry, I've been out of town, so I didn't get a chance to review this ahead of time.
It's all right.
Otherwise, I would probably not be asking this question. So just wanted to clarify. So this is just the growth of online.
Correct.
So I do know, like pre-pandemic, we only had about 15% of our classes that were taught totally online. Now 35% are taught totally online, 35, 36%, something like that. That's the data that I know. So it's nice to see that this was the growth. You know what spurred us on and opened this up was a lot of professors didn't want to teach online before. And then a lot of students didn't want to take online. But when the pandemic happened, people got the appetite. They tasted the chocolate more and more. So that's what happened there. So, but we definitely have to attack this, the equity gaps. And before, if you go another slide, Tim. Yeah. So if you see before, particularly, it's the online classes there. I'm looking at the top chart.
Yeah, they're in the orange, Dr. Walden. So like, for example, if we were to look at 1920, it was 71%. Oh, sorry. For us, our success rates were 71%, but California community colleges was 76%. So it was a much smaller, distance between. And then as we went to 2020.
But what I was noticing is that before, 71% were successful, right?
Yes.
And 74% face-to-face were successful. Is that right?
Face-to-face is the blue line, so it was 76 for face-to-face. It depended upon you mean 2021.
If you go all the way back to the beginning, that's right.
Yeah.
Where they became the closest was at that next time, when in 2020, 2021, you had a 71 versus 74.
Correct.
But then I have not seen this, and I wasn't aware that we had gone down to 63% in our online success. So that definitely is something, Dr. Scott, that we need to work with. I don't see McKenzie in here, but you and McKenzie and Dr. Young need to work on. That's something we got to get on.
Can you go to the next slide, Tim? One more, please, sir. Thank you. So, Dr. Walden, the hope is that, these variety of things in terms of training, number one, communication to faculty in terms of that piece that I alluded to Trustee Terrell, was the communication component, and as well implementing our culturally responsive. I'm really hopeful that these things will make a significant impact.
So sometimes I only hear when people are unhappy. So if people aren't saying anything, I think things are all right. But what I hear most often are students complaining that are taking a class online that they can't reach their professor. Now, I don't want to generalize and say that's true for all professors because I know it's not. But I'm mean, I think Lee could probably say something about this. We've got to work with our faculty to make sure they're all responsive. Because even if 10% are not being responsive, that's not good. Faculty need to be in touch with their students, and students should not have trouble in having to be going through the dean or the vice president, or even some of them have gotten a hold of some of these trustees who then tell me, and then I get a hold of whoever is the right person, to contact that student so they can get in touch with the professor. So that communication thing, I think, is a really important point.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Dr. Young, I've always appreciated your candidness and your honesty. We get a lot of reports up here that show great things, and this is I think a reality check. So, and I think Trustee Terrell's question about are we asking the question to these students? I mean, do they not feel comfortable? I'm one, I couldn't probably do online classes. I have to.
Love it.
I have to
love it.
go to class.
Don't talk to me. Don't communicate with me. Let me do my thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think as well. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'd be really curious if you interviewed, the students to say, why aren't you succeeding at this? To really find out, is it a little bit more than the college? Is it their living environment? I mean, we have a lot of poverty up here. I mean, there's a lot of poverty in this valley that people don't want to talk about. And do they not have the tools in order to do it?
Yeah, is their online ability not there?
Yeah,
I mean,
Can we do
there's a
something
lot of
about that?
things. I know communication is what you identified, but is there, what are the other factors that we can assist with, or at least try to find some resolution to?
Well, I think, the socioeconomic situation of many, I'm sure impacts. I mean, if you have a working computer, number one.
Yeah.
Two, internet that's reliable, and a home environment, that supports it.
Yeah.
I think that's like the biggest, because if you have a lot of distractions and there's a lot of problems, you're not going to be able to concentrate on this. I mean, it's.
And I believe we help to assist this with our Advanced Technology Center and the enormous number of computers that we have on campus, and then our engagement centers right there. There is a place here, if you can get here, to study.
That's the hard part too, is sometimes getting here.
Yeah.
Dr. Young, which organization are we using for providing culturally responsive teaching and learning, or that training?
So we had our diversity equity dean about a year ago contracted with the RP group. I'm not sure if you're familiar with them. They're a community college chancellor's office rated company, and we built a Canvas course, right, that has 16 modules that talk about content, right, ways in which instructors can embed content that is more culturally acute or more, responsive. And that might mean just adding or giving them another opportunity to take a quiz twice, right? Or moreover, shortening the period of time where quizzes or exams are given so that there's a less amount of information that a student might have to grapple with. And again, please note that I'm speaking just from maybe the way I see it from an economics. I taught economics and accounting. So that's something I would do.
So we
Back to your
also,
point.
have sent several, I don't know, Todd, do you know how many have taken the Corey training?
Oh, Cora.
Is it Cora or Corey?
Yeah, Cora.
About 30. But that's not just for online learning, that's to teach our faculty culturally responsive pedagogy. And, but I can tell you that having just seen having just submitted the annual accreditation report, that our overall, for the college, so this would factor in online and face-to-face, for successful course completion has been going up and is quite a bit higher than it was several years ago. So our students are being more successful overall, but I think what might be holding that down right now is our online classes. Sounds like it's hurting, and that number could be even higher if we close that gap.
Yeah, I agree, Dr. Walden. I just wanted to make a comment on the AI piece. Like, we're still grappling with the ways in which students can leverage AI to the degree that it doesn't compete with the way in which instructors grade, in terms of papers and those types of things, because AI is now, you can go to AI and get the answers for your math problems. You don't even really have to do them. So I think that there's a technological gap that's going to be reduced as we get, yeah, I know, it's amazing.
No, that's terrible.
I get it, but my point is that
in real life too.
Yeah, is that's a piece of innovation now that we've have to catch up with in terms of the way in which we design our courses and allow students to leverage AI, right? I mean, it is a different world by virtue of what we have today versus when I went to school.
I mean, remember when are we going to let them use calculators? You know, I mean.
Yeah.
I can actually speak on something regarding the AI aspect. That's actually what's going to be in our presentation on ASB goals that we just submitted a resolution to Student Senate for California Community Colleges on creating guidelines with the use of AI detection software amongst all California community colleges, because we're seeing that a false positive rate is higher than 1% on AI detection software, and it's causing work to come back as AI when students aren't using AI. And I could get a little more into detail once we start presenting.
That's a great point. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Henry.
Thank you, Dr. Young.
All right, so next we have the ASB student clubs. Oh, sorry, I was thinking this ASB goals. Okay, no. All right, the student clubs, yes. All right, Robert, where did you go? There you are. So I'm going to ask Robert and Haley Reyes to help me here. So there was some concern recently about student clubs and how they work. And the bottom line is there can be any kind of club on campus, and I'll let Robert straighten out anything I say that's wrong. There can be any kind of student club if you have three elements. One is you must have a faculty advisor. Number two, you must have a minimum of 5 students that have at least a 2.0 grade point average. And number 3, you have to write a charter that gets accepted by the ASB. When that happens, the ASB then gives you $100 as startup money to start your club. And then every year, $50 to keep your club. Well, you get another $50 as long as you keep your charter up to date. Other than that, a club has to raise its own money. We don't use the general fund money to fund the clubs. Or we don't use even other college monies to fund the clubs. They have to raise their own money through whatever process that they do. That money goes to the college, to our fiscal area. They deposit it in the bank, and then when the club wants to spend the money, they have to go through the process to access that fund. Those funds are all audited every year by the firm that does our annual audit. When they do the annual audit, they audit all the funds, including fundraising things that went to that was raised by the student clubs. Another place that student clubs may get some funding is they may get money from the state or the federal government. So, for example, veterans gets money from the federal government. Umoja, I believe that is funded through the state, correct, Todd, or is that federal money? State money. So, and then we have LGBTQ money that comes from the state. There's just several different funds that get funded. Usually those are protected classes or areas where they're trying to close equity gaps that will get federal or state funding. Then that it gives those clubs more money so they can raise money, or sometimes they write an external grant, and someone may actually fund. I don't know if they've done it here, but where I've heard of it being done is for like Phi Beta Kappa, and some of the honor societies sometimes can get funds by a grant. So at that point, I'm going to let Robert, who's told me that at one point we even had a wizard or a witchcraft club?
Wiccan Club.
Wiccans.
Right now, ASB has, or had 27, and by this Friday, they'll have 29 clubs that are here on campus. The increase in clubs, we do have faculty, we do have part-time faculty, we have faculty that, in biology, that have pre-health scholars, and they go on trips and they encourage everyone there to get involved and provide opportunities for them to meet people that are out in the workforce, to help them decide where they want to go when they graduate. This Friday, we have two clubs. One is the respiratory therapy, because they're going to be generating revenue. And that's the other thing. You have to be a club. You have to be chartered. You have to, Tracy Marin is the advisor for that particular club for respiratory therapy. They've got a pinning ceremony coming up. And so they've got to have 5 members that, as Dan mentioned, have a minimum acceptable GPA that the state of California sets at 2.0. So to be an officer. And they have to be enrolled in classes. We have 2 clubs coming up this Friday. One is the respiratory therapy, and the second is a Psi Beta, which is a psychology honor society that Jose Luna is going to be the advisor for. So one small correction is we do have managers that are and can act as advisors here on campus, and that's created a large increase of clubs on campus because those are positioned, and I'd like to thank our folks in the engagement centers because we checked with them and said, this would be perfect for you. The students in real estate, the students in Unidos, the students that play chess and checkers, they can have their club meetings right there in your engagement center. And it just shows that this engagement center has students all the time. It's increased their attendance. Supervision's already provided because we have staff and we have counselors in that particular facility, so they're on view. And it gives the impression that there's a lot going on at Victor Valley College in addition to their activities that the clubs put on that may be in the engagement centers or that the engagement center puts on. For example, it's Alcohol Awareness Month. And so we have 2 events coming up here in the next couple of days. And then you follow that up with the art club, and you've got faculty that are coming into the engagement centers. It also helps them in recruiting people that have interest in the art or women in STEM or photography, psychology. You name the club. It may be a club that we don't necessarily agree with, but at the same time, we have a faculty or we have a manager that will be with them with the club, and we feel pretty comfortable. As Dan mentioned, any expense that they make comes out of their account, requires multiple signatures, goes back through the same process that the district does, that they have a PO that's, that they pay for things in advance, or they reimburse just as we do in fiscal, and we follow the similar guidelines that we require many signatures to.
So we know that clubs are good for students because they give them a sense of belonging and a sense of spirit of place. So I'll give the best example I can think of is like the big universities like USC. If you go to USC, whether you're into sports or not, you're a Trojan, because there's that thing about USC that I know this is Robert's favorite thing, is that the spirit of place on that campus. And if you go there, I've been there many times, you're a Trojan. If you graduate from there, you're a Trojan. You may have never went to a football game or basketball game, but so community colleges, we don't have residential living. Even when we do build our dorms, we're only building 270 beds. So at least the first round. So we have thousands of students that just live somewhere else and come to campus. So how do we create a spirit of place? Because research shows from all the big research universities, such as the Ivy Leagues or Stanford or wherever, that the more engaged students are, the more likely they are to complete. And student clubs is one of the ways that, and there have been actual studies done on students that are in clubs are more likely to persist and complete and be successful.
And you'll see a lot of these clubs that get together for one purpose or another. You've got the math addicts. Well, guess who stepped up and said, I'll be their sponsor? Ann Weiss, as if she's not busy all the time, but she stepped up. There was a need. The students came up and said, hey, we want to sit and we want to study together and we want to create activities for other students to get and learn a little bit more about math or to get better at it. And so when you walk and you see these groups of students, as you said, there's a connection, there's a networking that's created. Now, not all clubs go to the engagement center. CNSA is another club, certified or California Nursing Student Association. And so you'll see them out. In fact, they show up at the ASB meetings every week. You'll see the Veterans Club, much the same. And so it's important to the students to know that, and they'll come up and say, we don't have this club. Where's the Spanish club? Or where's this club? And we'll give them advice and try to help them identify somebody that'll step up and volunteer to be an advisor for that particular club.
So what would our student trustee have to say about this subject?
I mean, I love all the clubs. It's really amazing, especially so we hold these things called ICC meetings every second Friday of a month. And it's pretty amazing because we have representatives from all the charter clubs come to this and they speak out about all their events, what they're wanting to plan, things like that. And we're able to help promote that and build even more, bring more student engagement and more of a sense of belonging within the community and building that stronger because everyone has a place on this campus. And it's a great place to reach out to those students that feel like they're not seen as much or heard. And it allows them to have a place here and know that we as VVC do care about them because that is what our initiative is, the Caring Campus. And we're always continuing to prove that every day with that.
I think it's important what you just said, that every student has a place, not just the ones that we agree with or disagree with or whatever the case may be. And so I think it is very important that VVC is a place for all of the community to feel safe and to feel heard. And so regardless of what the charter might be, even the Wiccans.
And Dr.
Which is no longer here. But.
Sure, but they can be.
Yeah, we had, the Wiccan came up because we had and they were handing out literature. And the student came up and said, why, you don't allow non-religious people and, devil worshipers here on campus. And I thought, back in the day, I thought, well, you'd be wrong about that because one of our employees was, in fact, had enough students to create a club. Now, we may not agree with everything that they agree on, but if there's enough interest and students have an interest and we get that many students involved, then they're engaged in what matters to them, whether it's a gaming or it's dancing or a music club, or the theater. There are theater productions that are put on by the Thespian Club. Well, they generate their revenue. The ASB assists from time to time if it gets a little too expensive for a particular club that comes up and says, Hispanic Heritage Month. Unidos wanted to sit and step up with their club members and kind of take on the leadership role in that, and ASB said, fine. This is what we'll do. We'll help support the event and you coordinate it and provide the labor to make this a big and important event because it matters to you. And when they were done, it mattered to everybody that showed up. Some of the largest activities on campus become those monthly events. The Black Expo is coming up. Well, guess who's sponsoring that and who's putting the work in? You've got the BSU, you've got Emoja, and you've got ASB all tied together next month.
So one of the things that our general counsel wanted us to talk about at this time was if the entire board was in favor of releasing the general counsel's memo on the subject of student clubs that went out last week. Is there anybody that's opposed to that?
I totally support it.
We're not
I support it.
Voting, okay, so I hear a consensus that that's releasable to the, so Robert, if you want to release that, if you don't have a copy of it, you probably don't.
And it shows.
Be free. I think we should post that. I did read the general counsel's memo. I think we should post that on the VVC webpage somewhere.
Can you take care of that?
If there's an appropriate spot or create an appropriate spot
And
to
I
post it.
appreciate, I just want to say, I appreciate you putting this on the president's agenda and having the education about the clubs, because I think even the community doesn't know that. And so they assume that everything that occurs runs through the board. And there was a particular article that came out recently that brought a huge public outpouring to a lot of us individually. Our emails were flooded, and it wasn't even anything that we knew about, to be honest, because the students don't have to run this by us. This is their.
And they don't bring it to
These are their
me.
clubs.
They don't
It
bring it
doesn't
to
come
me
here.
either. So I don't have any, I'm not an approver for that. The ASB is.
This is students
The ASB
acting on
accepts-
behalf of
You
students.
review the charter and accept the charter, right?
Yes.
Isn't that what you do? And if their charter is
As it should be.
acceptable, follows the guideline, they get the $100 to start up.
As it should be, students acting on
So
behalf of students.
I'd say President Wood, Dr. Walden, fellow trustees, Robert, yeah, a lot of us did hear from the community recently. And I hate to say this, but I've been here 14 years and I had no idea that we had 27 clubs. So shame on me.
29
Hopefully,
on Friday.
huh?
29 on Friday.
Yeah, no, but no, I mean, when community members call you, and I mean, they want your phone call. It's not like, well, Joe, you can hide. And I said, I don't know. And I know Dr. Walden was on vacation, so he came back to just a barrage of emails. And the people that emailed me, I sent them directly to Dr. Walden. And I did send out that document to those people that inquired with me on what Jeff Morris came up with. So one, thanks, Dr. Walden, thanks the board. I think we all learned something out of this. We're here for one reason only. For our students, we want to be sure our students are safe. And I think, like Trustee Tarpley said, I mean, if they want to create a club, they want to create a club. I'm assisting kind of from a distance the creation of a club, but as a trustee, there's a fine line. So, and the people we're working with are working with Robert, and one of the national players will probably be on this campus at 11 o'clock on Thursday. I mean, a major national player from a major organization. So I learned a lot, and I want to thank everybody.
Thank you.
And I'm going to try to be here Thursday, Robert, for that.
Thank you, Robert.
Thanks.
Any questions from trustees on this subject?
Nope.
No?
Good job.
All right. There's no facility update this month. Kirsten.
Good evening, everyone. Tim, will you roll my video, please?
That's pretty cool.
Okay, for the foundation updates, next slide, please. We just closed our scholarship drive on March 28th, and we went back and tracked what we have done over the previous years. And you'll see the orange line on the bottom is completed applications, and the yellow line is submitted applications. We received 519 applications for this go-around, which is the highest we have ever received. So we're really pleased with that. Also gave us a little bit of insight that we've got some work to do to close the gap between pending applications and completed applications. We did poll some of our students that were sitting in the pending status, encouraging them, and it seemed their block or stumbling area seemed to be the essay portion. So what we did is we created prompts, maybe 4 or 5 different prompts.
Great.
that we sent to those students, and I had shared this with Dr. Walden. 2 weeks before we closed, we were sitting only at 298 completed applications. We shared these prompts with them. We got over 500, which was really great. We're so happy about that. But going forward, as we go through this every year, this is an area I think where we know we can focus on, concentrate on when we're doing our scholarship drives, and give the students the tools they need to complete those essays. So we're really happy with this number. Next slide, please. We received 2 new scholarships were established. One was with the Manufacturers Council of the Inland Empire, and they are going to support 6 different students in the CTE fields. And then the Women in Manufacturing contacted us, and they are going to support 1 scholarship for a woman in a CTE field. Nice. So these are brand new partnerships that were just created. Really thrilled about that. Next slide, please. We supported the Dream Big, Achieve More event. We provided gift cards that were raffled off to the students. Next slide. And of course, the Women's History Month event. We were asked to supply some gift cards, and we were happy to do so. That went to students as well. Next slide. And as some of you may have heard, the foundation was the lucky beneficiary of 4 VVTA buses, and this was all due to the work of Dr. Richard Radcliffe and Alyssa Sandello, who brokered this deal. Nice. We get to be the beneficiary of it, but and then it goes to VVC, who gets to be the big beneficiary of that. So thank you to Richard. And next slide, that might.
There's a $47,000 item on the board agenda tonight to wrap those.
But yeah,
Mackenzie.
I saw that. Yeah. And I did want to add, I didn't make it on the slide. So as you may know, we were the beneficiaries of the Finish Line donation. It was 5 years of $150,000 each. We were just notified. I just signed the contract today, yesterday. We were the recipients again for the next 5 years. $150,000 coming to the foundation, of which 80% of the $150,000 is for scholarship, and the 20% can be used for emergency funding, which is critical. A book, a ride, a gas card, anything like that.
Who's the group again?
The Pritzker Foundation.
Oh, really?
And so the Pritzker Foundation makes millions of dollar donation to the California Community College Foundation. The California Community College Foundation then distributes it out to some of the most needy colleges at their discretion.
Is it Pritzker with Hyatt?
No, I don't think so.
That's the Pritzker family.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow,
That concludes my report.
Thank you.
Questions? You're welcome.
Let me, President Wood, Kirsten, a question. This increase, do you think there's any correlation? Because I think the Valley's been in a recession the last 2 years. Do you think that there's any correlation with the number of students that are applying to the economy itself? Or is it just?
Words getting out.
I think it was the outreach we did, honestly. When we realized our numbers weren't there, we looked into avenues to text them and email them, and our response was really great from reaching out to them. And sometimes they come in a little bit where they're a little bit naysayers, if I might say. Like they say, oh, well, I probably can't do this, instead of asking the question. But that opened the door. Receiving a text opened the door for them to ask the question and not answer the question themselves in their head.
That's great.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
All right, so ASB goals.
Hello again. All right, I have another presentation for you guys, so I'm going to invite my ASB back to the podium, and we're going to give you a presentation on what our resolutions look like at General Assembly within the Student Senate for California Community Colleges. Hello. All right, so this is the 2025 General Assembly. This year's theme was Strength in Numbers, Community Voices, Uniting for Change. And again, this is within the Student Senate for California Community Colleges, which is the student government that oversees all 2-point-something million students within the state of California. All right, next slide, please, Tim. This is our team. Of course, we have Advisor Sewell. We also brought 3 student veterans. So you have Ivan Lira, Mark Gonzalez, Yasmin Jasso, and then you have my student advocate, Deanne Fulton, you have Tim Isbell, and then of course, we had to leave the college at 4:30 in the morning, so we were all knocked out in the vans. So you have Stephen Guevara, Maurice Davis, Eddie Gonzalez, Flower Davis, Haley Reyes, and Angelina Ceja. All right, next slide. All right, VVC ASB resolutions. We submitted 4 resolutions we submitted a couple more than that, but 4 of them were picked to be on the agenda for the Student Senate, with Gold Star Family Priority Registration making consent agenda, then literacy resolution, lactation stations on campus, and then, of course, creating guidelines for the use of AI detection software among California community colleges. All right, next slide. Gold Star Family Priority Registration. So for those of you, I'm going to read the little excerpt of this so that you know what a Gold Star family is, because this is a resolution that was probably one of our most important resolutions that we cherish. So whereas families used to hang banners with either a blue or gold star during World War I, which is where the Gold Star label originated, each member of the immediate family serving in the military was represented with a blue star, and the family would place a gold star above the blue star to inform the community that their loved one had died while serving. This is an important resolution to us because we really wanted to support our veterans and make sure our veterans were heard. And so we started that here at Victor Valley College. We took it to College Council, where it was recently approved to give Gold Star families priority registration, and that was approved by College Council, and it will be applied, I believe, summer fall registration for this year. So we're really excited, and our resolve, which is the next slide, is to ask that all California community colleges take this up because it's really important. It's not that many students, but it's really important that we honor those that served and honor the families that have been there and supported them throughout the journey and our community. All right, next slide, Tim. And of course, the results, no objections, and the vote was unanimous affirmation, which was amazing. We were so glad that this got passed. Originally, it was a little scary because it got pulled from consent, but when it came to the floor, unanimous affirmation, no one spoke up on it. So it was really interesting to see them just pull things and stress us out for no reason, but it's still getting approved. So, all right, next slide. All right, our next one is literacy resolution, and I wanted to read some data I found on Data Mart within the Chancellor's Office. As of 2023-2024, 53,046 students have a low level of literacy within the state of California, and within just Victor Valley College is 4,718. So literacy, it's a problem everywhere you go, and our goal was to just promote that we help these students that are struggling and make sure that they have the resources to do better and achieve more in their academic journey because they just need a little extra support, and we want them to know that we're there for them. And as we move to the resolved, that's exactly what we're asking for. Low-cost book initiatives, campus book drives, book sharing programs, partnerships with nonprofit organizations. We're just asking that this is acknowledged and we find different solutions that can help improve this. All right, and then our results, no objections, unanimous affirmation. This is my Senator, Flower Davis. She's the flower in front of the flowers. I put her there because the author of this resolution was Bill Tate, who unfortunately couldn't come with us since he's on an MUN trip in New York. But he was proudly nominated Flower to attend this trip because she knew that she would do a good job. And it was so funny seeing her. She's like, I got to make sure all the points are done and everything. And she was stressed about it. And then by the time it came to the floor, unanimous affirmation. So it was just really exciting to see the work that our students do. And even when that little stress is put on them, they still achieve. All right, next slide. Lactation stations on campus. This is in Ed Code currently. It has been for the past couple years. Our resolve is just to make sure all California community colleges are following this Ed Code. There's a lot of things within that Ed Code that a lot of colleges are violating. And we just want to make sure that this is equitable for students, employees, and so forth, and making sure that they have this resource on campus for them. Next slide. And the results, no objections, vote unanimous affirmation amongst 800 students that were in that conference. All right, next slide. Guidelines for AI detection software. So AI is something that's really new and it's gonna continue to grow. What I've noticed, and we've actually taken this to our own academic senate, that AI detection software was introduced of having lower lower than 1% false positive rate, but many AI detection softwares are saying that's not true, and many colleges are turning to either ban it or opt out of it, and that's not necessarily what we are asking. We're just asking that all faculty members and students and everything work together and know that this false positive rate is much higher, and it's causing our students that are writing papers or whatever to come back as AI when they're not. So like I wrote a paper and I put in AI detection, it comes as human. My friend Bill Tate wrote one, his came back as AI, and he wrote it in front of me. If you go into if you go into ChatGPT and say, hey, write me a paper that won't be detected by AI detection software, and you put that in AI detection, it comes back as human. So it shows that AI detection software is not 100% reliable, and we just want to know that we're always double checking and everything so that students are getting fair practices. And what I want to point out is this was really interesting when I was doing this research, that nearly 10% of California community college attendees are non-native English speakers, and 60% or higher AI false detections are attributed to this cohort or demographic, and at least one detector is present 97% of the time. So this goes to show that AI, it's not really good at detecting when people with non-native English speakers and perhaps maybe even people with disabilities that struggle to write with like literacy, pairing that with that. It's really hard for these students to write a paper and get docked as AI when they're not using it. And so our resolved is just asking that the Student Senate for California Community Colleges work with the Academic Senate of California Community Colleges to create guidelines for the usage of AI detection softwares like Turnitin, which is the common one we use in our Canvas, just to make sure it's equitable for students and that they're missing out on points and failing in their classes due to unfair standards. And the resolve, so this one was scary. I almost had to go to debate. So there was an objection and then the debate. However, once the pro side spoke, the person that was next for the con was like, oh, I turned to the affirmative side. And so we were like, whoa, that's crazy. And so it went to the floor for a vote, and 49 voted in the affirmative and 4 in the negative. So this picture was also funny because Advisor Sewell just pulls me aside and is like, hey, you're going to speak to this press person from Moore Park and about General Assembly and AB 2033, which recently signed into law for EBT. I was like, okay, I got this. I know these words, no problem. And so we go up there, and as you see by our faces, we originally started with those questions, and then they started throwing curveballs like, do you know what the Brown Act is? Do you know that Student Senate may be in violation of something, of not having Zoom link provided for students and so forth? And I was like, oh my goodness. So I had to think on my feet, and I was like, and make sure I did it. But good thing Advisor Sewell has trained me in this. So he was able to take some of it and make sure like I wasn't just on my own. But for the most part, it was an interesting experience. So that's why you could see Advisor Sewell's face like, you didn't tell me this was happening. But all right, next slide. All right, food, important thing. We got to go to House of Mandy featuring Jennifer Weiss. As you see in the bottom left corner, Jennifer Weiss is right there. She made a visit to make sure that we were okay and everything. And it was amazing seeing her. She sends her hellos. She's doing great at UCLA. And then we also went to Kai Ramen, which a few of our members were so excited because we have a few people that need certain foods, like dietary needs, like whether it's allergies or vegan or anything. And they were so excited because there was something for everyone. And one of my senders, which they're probably going to share at the next meeting, is, I got to eat ramen. Like, Tim made her day because Tim picked out this place, and she was so excited. And it was just so funny. All right, next slide. And then we accomplished, we conquered, we made a difference. That's mine and Deanne's tags. So we were important. Everyone was an important person that day. And I also wanted to point out this picture that my executive senator is in the front of, because I'm short and I needed his arm length. That's Valerie Pamphil. She's the Barstow student trustee. You may remember her. She's excited because she was recently elected as the regional affairs director for Region 9. And it's pretty amazing because she already told me, she's like, if you're here next year, we need to work together because I want VVC to be the meet and greet space for Region 9 and everything in your new event center, and just make sure that the High Desert is represented and always will be. So she's excited for that. She sends her hellos too, and I just found out that her family works here and also attends school here. So if you ever find any connections with that, it's pretty cool. And we're hoping that she comes to Victor Valley College again soon, like she said. And that will conclude that. And I'm going to let my executive senator, who wanted to say a few words regarding his trips on DC and SSCCC.
Thank you, Haley. First and foremost, I want to give my huge thanks to the Board of Trustees here. The love and support you guys have given us for the whole year, for the past years, really means a lot to us. And it's really great to be at these conferences and seeing how tight-knit we are compared to other schools. A lot of colleges, their student trustees, some of them are high school students who they don't even connect with their student government, and some of them don't even know their names, first and foremost. So I just want to give a huge shout out for the help you guys have done for us at ASB. It means a lot. And these conferences really shed light upon the work that we do here in student government. It shows the students that we are not just having events, goofing off. It shows that our work is not in vain. And it's really great to be in a collaborative environment of students who share the same ideals and beliefs as you, who still want to be involved in campus and see how campus has changed their life being involved here. Because we do know it is very hard to be in a community college where people don't live here, and there's really it's really hard to establish a culture if I'm just here for my 2 classes for a week and then I leave. So it's really great that we're up here to network and connect with other students from community colleges. I myself have made a lot of great connections with Antelope Valley, Chaffee College, just to really better myself in my career. But in my opinion, if you're not here in student government trying to better yourself in student government or try to better yourself for the students, then why are you here? Essentially, all the work that we do is cater towards the students, and that's really from the inspiration from all you guys, from all the faculty and staff that we do here representing VVC. And that's a big reason why we are the fastest growing community college in Southern California, or in California in general. And we're really biased, or I'm really biased, and we are the best college here. And it means a lot. And it means a lot that we have the support and love from everyone here in this room. You know, just to let you guys know, we are trying our best here to represent the students in our light. And to back on networking, the really thing that really gets me a little angry is when we go to these conferences and you have these students in student government that say, yeah, I network with this person, or yada, yada, yada. But what does networking really mean? Do I just give you my business card, have a 5-minute conversation with you, and never look at it again and don't reach out? Or do I don't know, bug you and connect with you and go on an Antelope Valley field trip and have Antelope Valley come here on campus this month? So it's a lot of things that we are really trying to aspire and do. And it gives a lot of, really gave me inspiration, because a year ago, I was here in the board meeting in Building 10, in the old board meeting room, called upon from former president and student trustee Jennifer Weiss. Really scared, really shocked, really nervous, didn't know what to say. Was also really blessed to be able to go on that trip a year ago today. Thankful to Advisor Sewell and Mentor Isabel for the help that they've done. And that really inspired me to really continue at these conferences. So it really shows that the work that we are doing here is not in vain. The support and love you guys do show us, we don't take it for granted. And we're really trying to aspire and do our best here at Victor Valley College. So we just want to say thank you. And it's really great to see how inspirational being a student government is for myself personally. It's amazing to see your former president at UCLA, comes by and still shows love here. That doesn't turn the face to us. I really, I reach out to her all the time for help and guidance. So I just want to say thank you to the board, thank you to the faculty and staff that are here for us at ASB. It means a lot. So thank you all. Appreciate it.
And if you don't know these students, whether you do or you don't, I recommend getting to know them, because these are bright. This is our future. And I am so proud of them, of what they've accomplished, what they're going to do, and who they're going to be. And I just want to shout them out because they deserve all the love.
And same to you, Haley. You're the future, too.
Oh, and one of them just got accepted to 2 universities, a.k.a. Stephen Guevara, I believe UCI and UCR. So we're really proud of them.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Doing more than trying.
So I have one remaining item, short but beautiful. In 2021, I became curious about what was the experience of our students because it was about that time or a little before that I started seeing myself as, I know I'm the chief executive officer, but I really got onto this thing about what is the experience of our students at this college, and how are employees experiencing the college. So I relabeled myself as the chief experience officer. And in 21, so as the chief experience officer, I wanted to know what is the experience of people calling the college, particularly students. So we contracted with a company to come in and do shopping, phone shopping at the college. So they put an array of people on the phones to find out what happens. And then when they came back, they came to cabinet and they presented that when we had an operator at the time, but they said many times the phone was not picked up. And if it was picked up, the operator didn't have any answers, it would only transfer to somewhere else on campus. When the phone was picked up and the call was transferred, it was very rare that anyone picked up the phone. When they did pick up the phone, the study showed that they've received very cryptic and dismissive kinds of answers because people were at their desk and they were busy. Imagine a financial aid person with a stack of financial aid stuff, and these students are waiting on them to get through their stuff. And they get interrupted in the middle of their work with a phone call. And it's like, how can you do both things at once and be good at it? So they would quickly say, well, it's on the website, just go there. And so I'm just picked on financial aid. I don't even know if financial aid was one of the ones that gave that response, but it's not derogatory toward anyone other than the fact that this was the experience of people calling the college. So from that, I decided, okay, I worked with Dr. Scott, and he came up with this idea of one phone call, one email. And so I sent him off to a place where I had worked before, where we had started to move in that direction. And he came back with this thing about one call, one phone call, one email. So from that, we decided to put together a call center, but we didn't want to call it that. So I had a president's chat with the campus. We had about 150 or 60 on there. I don't know who it was, but somebody, because I said, what shall we call this? And somebody just put in the chat, connect, capital C, connect. Was it Amy? I thought it was you, but I didn't want to make a mistake. I hate making mistakes. I've already made several tonight. So, but she put in there, connect with the digit 2 in the middle and then success. Connect to success. Well, that just really rang the bell with me. So we decided we were going to staff this thing up. So we hired 2 supervisors because I thought, we want to keep it open. I mean, originally I'm thinking I want to keep it open from 7 in the morning to 9:30 at night, Monday through Friday, and then on Saturday we still want it to be open at least half the day. So I'm thinking I need at least 2 supervisors because somebody's got to be in there supervising classified personnel. So we started off with 2 supervisors. We hired them, and boy, were they good. Mm-hmm. And they spent the first 6 months helping us get this going. They wrote a training manual, they wrote processes, procedures, all that kind of stuff. They started networking on campus with the different groups because initially some people were afraid, like you're trying to take our job away and this kind of stuff. We weren't trying to do that at all. We were trying to give people freedom to do their job so they didn't get interrupted when they were actually doing their business. So then the other thing is I said, okay, in the phone center where we're going to do this, I want this to be a bright, warm place. Because if I'm thinking about what if I'm the person experiencing employment in this phone center? So what's my life like? And I thought I want it to be where there's a good view, where they have windows on the wall, and then let's make it nice and bright. Well, I'm not an interior designer, but I let the folks over there, the 2 supervisors, come up with some ideas, and they picked the furniture, and we made it a bright, warm, inviting place. They have a little snack area and all kinds of stuff that we got it all set up, and then we hired the personnel. So initially we didn't have this we had to work through the union, and that's what we do here. So we worked through the union eventually. So what we have in there now is our student service specialists. These are not typical phone center people like you would get with some company that has, this just reading off some script. They're taught to handle level 1 issues, just like any student service specialist over in the One Stop. That if the student wants a face-to-face experience, they go there. But if they're calling in, they get the experience remotely over the phone. So when we started it, we got the people in, we got them hired, we got them trained, and we opened in November of 2022. So the data I have that I'm going to share with you right now is for the last 3 years. In the 22-23 year, we answered, that phone center, that Connect to Success Center answered 63,000 phone calls the very first year. Now, who was answering those calls before? Well, we already know from the shoppers that no one essentially was answering those calls, certainly not in that volume. In the 23-24 year, the following year, that Connect to Success Center answered 114,000 phone calls. And to this, well, I say to date, we went to this is where we got the, we placed as a finalist for the Bellwether, was over this Connect to Success Center. And when we went to that, to date, and this was in March, since just this academic year, they had answered 146,000 phone calls. People calling into the college by the thousands. And not, of course, people probably repeat callers and that kind of stuff. But here's what you need to know. We survey the people, 85% of the callers are happy. Now, what's 85% of 145,000? That's 100 and something thousand, 114, 111,000, whatever it is. That's how many people got happy. Right? Are you thinking with me? They made 123,250 phone call people happy this year.
Pretty good, man.
Yeah. So that's what this Connect to Success Center has done. And as a result, we won and placed as, we didn't win first place, but we placed as a finalist at the 2025 Bellwether Award, finalist co-sponsored by the National Council of State Directors of Community Colleges. I want to pass this around, let the trustees feel it, kiss it, whatever they want to do.
No, thank you.
But, so student service specialists, when they call, they can reset passwords. They don't do the deep down stuff. They're just handling, as I said, tier 1. So what happens when a caller calls in and the student service specialist in the call center cannot answer the question? They transfer them to a manager. And the manager, wherever they are, whether it's IT or usually it's somebody in the One Stop, they transfer that call over there. That is a ticket that gets monitored by the supervisors of the call center. And if that ticket is not closed within 48 hours, the supervisors call Todd Scott.
Oh, dang.
And Todd Scott then gets a hold of the manager, and the most frequent answer he gets from the manager is, "Oh, we took care of that. That's already been resolved. We just forgot to close the ticket." But the last 2 or 3 times I've checked, I've called the supervisors and said, "How many outstanding tickets do we have?" At least the last 2 times I've called, they've said none. What does that mean? Every caller, somehow their ticket's getting closed. We found out for those that are not happy, it's not because they don't have a good experience on the phone. It's because they didn't get as much financial aid as they thought, or they filled out some paperwork wrong and refused to take ownership of it. But these people in this call center are all part of the CSEA union. And I tell you, that is something you guys should be really proud of, that your people make this many people happy every year. This is just fantastic. I will tell you that one of the reasons that it was so high this year is because we did so poorly.
Let's not talk about it.
And people were upset and they were calling in. But these call center people were making them happy, at least halfway satisfying them. Because when I say we did poorly, I was talking about our transition from Aleutian, which you guys all got those weekly emails from me, right? But we've moved down the road. We're doing way better, huh, Jay? We're about to get it done. And so this was a tough year, and they were overwhelmed. And so we also have, I think we have 6 full-timers over there now, and plus the 2 supervisors, and I think maybe a half a dozen part-time people. Because now that we have 3 years of data, we know what hours and what times a year to staff up, and we're able to. And I want to say, I know this was a new thing. No other college really has this. I mean, no other college has this, period. I want to just commend our CSEA union, because even though they have to protect the rights of their membership, but they have worked with us to get this done. And I see both of them over there. I see Audrey and I see Michelle. Thank you for helping us work this through, even when there were tough discussions and stuff like that, but that we got here. And it's happening because, we're a team and we're working together. And I just, I had ideas, Todd had some ideas, but it took a lot of people to make it all come together. And now we have a nationally recognized, and by the way, when we went back to the innovation conference, we presented on the same thing. And so we've gotten 2 articles out nationally in 2 national magazines, Diversity Magazine and Higher Ed, recognizing this college for its work in Caring Campus and in the Connected Success Center. Nobody else has this. This is ours, and we can be proud of it.
Dr. Walden. So to the CSEA, thanks. For how many of you travel, and however your accommodations are, you want to call the front desk of that hotel or that resort, and it rings like 25 times, and all they want to do is send you a text? So I spent about 12 weeks on the road, on the road a year, in all kinds of places. And what I have found, Doc, and it's irritating to me, nobody wants to pick up a phone, and it's all now done by text, no matter what level that you're at. I was at a conference about 3 weeks ago, and as I left, I got my survey, and the first thing I said was, every time I called down the front desk, somebody answered within 2 calls, within 2 rings. Nobody wants to pick up a phone anymore. It's all about, texting, and we've lost that customer service feel, and I think that's what people want.
BBC.
Yeah, no, that's what people want now.
So, they're not just, most of the people that call are students, but there's a lot of community members that are calling. They're saying, what's happening with the farmers market, or what is this event that you have advertised? Or sometimes they're asking about things like during COVID, like where is the station to get tested, that kind of stuff. So, and also employees call in, and they need some help of some kind. So these folks are really good about directing people in the right direction. You do have the option when you call to hit an extension if you know who you actually want to talk to, so you don't have to go through. If they're really busy and backed up, you're going to get the option to leave your number, and they will call you back within a certain amount of time. And they keep records. We have a very sophisticated software system for this, and it tells, we know exactly how long wait times are and what hours that they're late. And so we watch it, like if it gets over, if it's over 10 minutes or so before they're getting a call back, we need to add more people during that time. So thank you. I would have shared this last month, but wasn't able to be here because we were actually presenting at another conference on it.
Congratulations.
So thank the board for their support. And by the way, this is all institutionalized in our general fund now. We kicked it off with HERF money, but we moved it a year or 2 ago over to the general fund, so it's actually part of the fabric of the college now. So we're not dependent on, some special fund to cover it.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Congrats. If we were only a finalist, Jen and I want to know what it took to win that award.
Well, we found out the people that won are people that go there every year.
Oh.
And that was our first time, and we didn't know the ropes. And we figured some things out. So when we go back, we'll go back over a different issue because they probably won't take us on this same one. But we'll find something else. We've got a lot of stuff to celebrate.
That's true.
We will go back until we win first prize, and we'll just keep going and get professional at it.
So you got to take some judges out to dinner before the voting occurs, apparently, or something, huh?
They did all seem to know one another.
Yeah.
We actually didn't know who the judges were. Because you have a session and you don't know it doesn't have judge on there. They're just sitting out there in the audience. You set up your table, different people come by, hundreds of people come by, and you don't know which one's the judge and which one's not, so.
All right, moving on. 10.1, Academic Senate. That's excellent. Academic Senate.
Oh, yeah, okay.
As well.
I didn't know where there was like an Oxford comma in there on that excellent part. I had a different presentation, but we're running a little long on time, so I'll make it quick. Dr. Walden, Dr. Scott, thank you from behalf of the Senate and all the faculty for creating that center. I was discussing with Robert Sewell and Henry a little bit, because we were here 30 years ago. We used to have an operator. She had what was her name?
Oh my God.
She answered every phone call.
Oh my gosh.
Nothing. There was no hold button. There was no thing to send it to. She manually transferred everything, and she answered. She knew everything about everything. She was fantastic. And that tells you how much the college has grown. And then there was the dark days of press 1 for this, talk to Lee Bennett. Sure, I'm transferring you to somebody else. I don't care what your those things said. And you never ended up anywhere. As a faculty member, it was incredibly frustrating to even find my own colleagues going through that system. And we'd wanted that for a long time. And that, there's a lot of things that have probably contributed to our growth. But I want to talk about like how much that alone, just getting in past the front door is a stumbling block, you know. And I talk to students every day, and I ask them about that. I'm like, hey, do you call? What do you get? And they're very, very happy with it, and it is working very, very well. Senate-wise, Darlene Castleman, apparently was the person's name. I don't remember that. We had to text some old people. We finally, after a long time, I'm included in that. I was here. The Senate finally at our last board meeting on April 3rd ratified a new graduation template that includes compliance with all Title V requirements and a deliberative body full of teachers. That was a lot tougher than it should have been. That took a lot more months and over a year to get that ratified. We're in full compliance. That recommendation is going to be going to Dr. Walden tomorrow when I send it via email. And the one takeaway from that meeting that I had of 2 hours, Dr. Scott was there. It was a rough one. It was very spicy. There was a lot of very strong opinions. There were some other people there. It was fun. Not at all. Especially as the person that was running it. But the interesting thing that I took away from that, I don't know if anybody caught my smirk and my smile towards the end of it when it was like the temperature was pretty warm in the room. And I laughed about it. And what I was laughing about, somebody caught my smile later, and they said, what could you have possibly been smiling about in that moment of this cacophony of noise and stuff that was going on? And I was like, here's a room full of people whose paycheck is coming on the 1st. Nobody's here lobbying for their paycheck. This passion is coming from their subject matter and their desire to ensure that our students collectively have a well-rounded experience here. And it was the only focus there. And I mentioned at the very end of the meeting, a lot of people had bailed by that time. But that made me very proud that was the purpose behind this years-long deliberative fight to get to where we were. You know, and we're in compliance, and like I said, that's coming to Dr. Walden's email tomorrow morning. Thanks.
Perfect. AFT part-time faculty.
Not here.
ASB.
We're always here. Well, I am. All right. So coming up is the Veterans Car Show on April 12th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Alcohol Awareness Month is this month. There is 2 workshops, one on April 9th at 10 a.m. and one on the 10th at 12 p.m., and that'll be in our engagement centers. We're excited for the Pride Center opening. I unfortunately didn't get to attend because we were fighting for our lives in LA on our resolutions, but I hear it was a great turnout, and I'm really excited that these students have an opportunity to have that. And as Steven suggested earlier, we have our Antelope Valley College meetup on April 25th, where we're going to give them a tour. We invited, I believe, Cabinet to come and experience this because we always brag about our Cabinet and our trustees, that we have such great relationships with them when other colleges struggle a little. But we just like to prove that, that VVC is a family and always will be. Thank you.
CSEA, thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Walden and Board of Trustees. Since the beginning of the year, the district has hired about 8 new classified employees, with several positions currently in recruitment. While we're still understaffed in some key areas, we're happy to see vacant positions and also new positions being filled. It's that time of year again when our CSEA Events Committee is busy planning the activities for next month's Classified School Employees Week, which will be May 19th through the 23rd. This is the week every year that we recognize the invaluable contributions of our classified professionals to the ongoing success of Victor Valley College. If you wish to help show your appreciation to the classified professionals here at VVC, we are always looking for donations of any kind. In previous years, Dr. Walden, the foundation, School's First Credit Union, and several managers have generously donated to our Classified School Employees Week, which is not only appreciated, but it helps make it a great success. Finally, later tonight, which I won't be here to witness because it is 9:08, you will be asked to approve the CSEA contract for the 2024 through 2027 years. We would greatly appreciate your approval. Thank you.
If you leave, we're voting no.
Oh, that's so mean.
You gotta
You'll have to
stay.
deal with Monica then, because she'll have to go back to negotiations. Yeah.
If we gotta stay, you gotta stay.
Michelle's gonna stay.
I'll second that motion.
Some of us should stop talking
Yeah.
then.
Right, exactly. CTA. I know what is going on today.
Bam.
Management.
Good, no.
Man, oh, there they are.
Well, look here.
Management is always here.
Hello, how y'all doing?
Good, how you doing?
Tell them who you are.
So, my name is Aubrey Berry. I am the program manager for our Justice Involved Education program here. So thank you so much for the opportunity to be able to present about what we do.
And he's doing a fabulous job.
Thank you so much. I won't be long. I'll go pretty quickly with this. There's a lot of information on these slides, but I'm just going to touch on some of it a little bit. So what we do is what we do in our program is we serve all of our currently incarcerated as well as our formerly incarcerated students that are also probationary or parolees. And our main goal is that we're committed to fostering a supportive learning environment that promotes dignity, resilience, and ultimately breaking the cycle of incarceration while building pathways to a brighter future. And honestly, we do a lot of great work, and I couldn't do it by myself. I have an amazing team: Fernando Chavez, Lizette Ramirez, Yusuf Pierce, our student workers, Spitz Devers, and Sierra Keller. So they help make this program really be successful. So I definitely appreciate them. What we do for our incarcerated side, we do correspondence education, which is basically packet-based, and they go between 8 weeks to 16-week courses. With that, every week they have their full packet that they have to complete, read, and do all their class assignments, and we pick it up every Thursday. So pick up new assignments and drop off new ones. They have 3 opportunities to receive degrees, so 3 degree paths. So there's the business administration, the liberal arts, as well as sociology. And then on top of that, they also can get that VVC certificate. Our students that go through this program can complete the program within 2 years if they're taking classes consistently. And we're ultimately looking to add more degree paths in the future. We partner with 6 institutions, so we have FCC Victorville, so FCI 1, which is a men's medium. FCI 2 is also a men's medium as well. USP, which stands for United States Penitentiary, that's the maximum security. And then the women's camp, which is a lower level facility that is for lower offenses. We also have 2 youth detention centers, so the Rise Youth Detention Center in Apple Valley, as well as Central Valley in San Bernardino. So those are our partner institutions that we work there. On our reentry side, we want to also offer one-on-one counseling with our dedicated counselor within our office. So we offer some financial assistance, not everything, but we do as much as we can through the grant that we have. And we're also in the final process of finding out if we're going to get approved to reinstate that grant. We offer trade certificates as well as VT trainings, peer-to-peer mentoring, reentry workshops, trainings, and we have multiple campus partners on campus as well as off campus as well. Just to give some highlights, so since the year I've been here, we've had to be able to grow the program from 400 students to over 870 that we've served. The program class completion rate, meaning they started and finished, we're at 78%. Our pass rate of our students, from the data I've been able to get, is 72%. We've also launched, per our partners that we work with, we're actually the first program to do a pilot furlough program. So for our students that are currently incarcerated at the Low facility, our women, they're actually taking classes in person currently. So that's the pictures there. They have smiley faces, so we're not exposing who they are, because we want them to be able to integrate into the community smoothly without being judged. We're also expanding our reentry side of the program. We've already had 1 graduate so far last summer. That's him, Chris Grimes. He was our first graduate of the program, and we have 7 graduates that are going to be graduating in the spring, with another 10 to 15 on track to graduate this fall. So that's where we are right now. We're actually located at Building 80 at Lower Campus, right next to campus safety. This is our contact information. So, yeah, any questions?
Great job.
Can I say one thing about this program? I used to be like a temporary student worker over in the JIE when it was like first starting. Like I'm sure Fernando remembers me bugging him every day trying to figure out what I'm supposed to be doing, because it was my first job ever, as well as being part of tutoring. And I just want to say I am so proud of how well this program is growing and how you're giving a second chance to these students that deserve an education. And I just want to applaud you for that, because you're doing a great job.
So much.
Aubrey, wait just a minute. We have Trustee has a question.
Ditto. I just wanted to say the same thing that Trustee Reyes said. We applaud you and your efforts of you and your staff. I wanted to get the contact information, but the slide moved too fast. Do you have a card or something I can take with?
I didn't bring it with me.
Oh, okay.
Apologies,
So
but
maybe.
Yeah, I'll make sure you get my information up.
Thank you.
11.1, consent agenda. Does anybody wish to
Motion.
pull anything?
Second.
Motion by Brady, second by Terrell. Student advisory vote.
Yes.
I want to thank Dr. Scott for reminding me of a vote I took on the consent agenda. Yeah. Thanks, Todd.
The hits keep on coming.
Yeah, I'm telling you. Hey, Joe, here. You want to take a look?
All right, moving on to 13.2. Thank you to the SVLA folks who've stuck around. I know it's taken a long time, and our meetings don't normally go this
And
long.
Trustee Wood, if I could say something, this is the first time in, I think, the 14 years that these people have had to wait this long, and hopefully next year we do better. I have heard from a couple people tonight via technology that they're obviously their frustration. So
Right.
I feel for you. I know, Paul, you're taking care of your mommy. You flew out here from. I hear from you. So
I mean,
we'll get better.
I'm driving this bus. I take responsibility. I don't know how the wheels came off the bus tonight, but they sure did. So I'm going to open it up. We've done this in different ways in the past. Sometimes we take, any trustee can shout out a motion for any one particular candidate. Sometimes there's been a motion for a slate. Not necessarily the slates that the candidates provided, but a slate that one of the trustees kind of says. We've also done it where we write down and rank our picks, pass the rankings over, and Stephanie could kind of tally it up. Sometimes that causes certain people to rise to the top.
Are we prepared for that, though? Logistically speaking?
Well, I mean, all you need is a piece of paper, I suppose.
Did anybody talk to Stephanie ahead of time to see if she was okay with doing that?
Well, I'm throwing out for the process, so if anybody has,
Get Haley to help her.
if anybody,
Or we could just be bold and.
I'll make a motion to vote for Paul Stanton, David Stolfus, and CJ Eversole.
there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
So you have 19 properties, and each property can cast 3 votes. So is your motion that all 19 properties cast votes for those 3 people?
Yes.
Sometimes they split it up, but if you
Yeah.
want to do it.
I mean, it's up for discussion, but that's the motion.
No second.
As a homeowner in there, I'm gonna kind of stay.
Can't have a discussion without a second.
Right,
Oh,
can't, so I'm not hearing a second, so, maybe we'll try it one candidate at a time. I'll make a motion that we cast all 19 votes for Jose Cortez. The
I would
wheels on the
say this.
Tonight's meeting might get a little bit longer, folks.
Trustee President Wood, I think the policy that we had the last 2 years worked really well.
Do you want to write it?
Well, I just think it, you know, we all know people out in the room. And
Can we get?
and
Haley,
I
can we
appreciate, I mean, I appreciate
Blank
Trustee
sheets.
Terrell's, you know, motion. He plays golf with these people. So, I mean, you can't put, I think, the board members, I mean, I know everybody out there. I think the way that we did it in the past,
We're gonna do it that way. Haley's grabbing us some. Do you have like little notepads? Can we each get,
How do you want to do the rankings, President?
so you're gonna write,
remember how we did it,
so
but
you're
we
gonna
did it.
write 3 names on your piece of paper.
that's
Your top name is 1, and because there's 3 people, that person will get 3 points. So whoever's first on the list, you gotta tally those. Sorry to put you on the spot.
Well, Haley can help you.
Or Haley can help.
AI can help
So
you.
you're gonna put a name at the top, so you're gonna say like Haley, right? If you put Haley in the number 1 spot, when these get tallied, Haley's gonna get 3 points.
How about Trustee Reyes?
Uh,
Did she get a vote?
Yeah,
She
point
gets
of
an
inquiry.
advisory vote.
It was like two.
So you wait until they're ready to go
Okay.
at the end, and then you do your advisory.
your second, the person that's second in line will get 2 points, and your person that is named third will get 1 point. You're writing 3 names on the list. And somehow in the past, this has always worked
Yeah.
amazingly well.
Haley, you want to come gather the ballots?
Are we folding
Come on
them?
back.
You don't have to.
So as they finish their 3 names, you're gonna take them and then. I have a recommendation if the board would be okay with this. I'd like to have Haley, Monica, and Jay take their votes and go out so we can move on to other things on the agenda and come back to
Yeah.
this. Is that okay?
Yeah.
I mean,
Minutes.
obviously I
wanna-
can't make a motion. I'm just bringing you an idea.
Yeah, I think it's great. I make a motion.
Oh, then you are out for sure. Okay. So how about Monica, Art,
You
and
understand what we're doing?
Eric?
Top one, and then tally up.
She's got it.
Okay.
So y'all go with.
I know you're the
y'all go
brains
with
of the
Haley?
operation. I'm the.
Art, you're
You're
the
the
second
brains.
best dressed guy.
Y'all can go in the conference room over here.
So we on to 13.3.
So we're moving on to 13.3.
We may get out of here by midnight.
This, I don't know, somehow this magically has always worked unbelievably well when we've done it in the past. Tonight will be the night that it doesn't, though. Board self-evaluation process.
Motion.
So board policy is in April, at your April board meeting, which this is, you pick 2 people to work with me on getting your choosing how you want to be evaluated. The last 6 years, you've picked the same two people, and they always want to go to PPL and have PPL come and do it like they've done it every year. So if you want that same thing, fine, whatever you want. But two people that I need to talk to, can't be three of you, because that would be a majority.
If we already know we want to go to PPL, do we need the committee or must we form the committee?
Well, just to meet the board policy, then just at least two people volunteer and.
Yes, I would like to volunteer as tribute.
Well, we have a motion by trustee
Well,
Tarpley.
yeah, but it's.
It was premature.
Yeah, it was premature. So Tarpley's volunteering. Who all objects to having her on the committee?
I dare you. No, I'm
Wow,
just kidding.
like nobody objected.
Well, so-
Anybody else want to volunteer to be on the committee?
Trustee Wood.
You've been volunteered as tribute.
I will, I'll volunteer.
Okay, so
Please
then.
do.
I didn't know maybe
then
if
the
one of
mo-
you wanted to volunteer.
Then the
I'll wait
motion
till
would
next
be,
year.
okay, since you've got,
Tarpley and
if the
Wood.
two of you are gonna do it, then a motion to have them do it is what we need, a motion and a
A
second.
motion
and
to
a vote.
have trustee Wood and trustee Tarpley lead us in this exercise of our board self-evaluation process according to 13.3.
Second.
So motion by Brady, second by Terrell, student advisory vote.
Yes.
Is this just a voice vote, Stephanie, or are you doing it on?
I opened it up, but I
Yeah.
So good.
No, we just, we just clicked it.
Yeah, we clicked it.
It came on.
Wow, that was fast. She's getting fast just as they're getting ready to change the software.
She's getting really
Right.
good.
Oh, no.
So on the second reads, we need motions and approvals, right?
It's terrible.
Can I make
Stephanie?
a suggestion that we do,
We're gonna group them, but we need a vote on the second read, right?
Yes, and then give me a minute and I can, if you motion, I can do a motion.
I motion.
I'll make
to-
a motion,
I make motion to approve.
I
second.
second. Go ahead.
And that, can we be specific? The motion is to approve
13.4 through 13.17,
perfect. Motion by Terrell, second by
or
Gray.
13.13.
13.13.
13.13.
You said 17?
I did. I corrected the 13.
No.
Motion by Terrell, second by Griffin, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
That's correct.
My wife says I have bad hearing. That just proved that it is good hearing.
By the
We'll
time
tell
they.
her.
I don't
Yeah,
have,
it's-
I don't have the right
it's a male
frequency.
deal, man, let me tell you.
Student
Well, the doctor
advisory
just told
says
me
yes.
everybody who gets old gets bad hearing. so
What?
Student advisory vote.
Yes.
The older you get.
I didn't vote yet. It didn't pop up, so.
Well, she's going to take a minute.
Hey, Dan, I actually qualify for hearing aids right now. It's not, I'm not gonna do
Popping up on mine.
I didn't pass either, so what can I say?
What?
it. Oh,
All right, there goes.
Wait,
Pass.
did we vote?
no,
She did a verbal.
Oh, did we verbaled?
no.
That's how, if she's doing them all at once.
Okay,
Okay.
14.1.
We got you.
God, I'm having a night.
Oh, she needs to hold off.
It's not midnight yet, Joe.
Devericus is out there like, God, I'm glad I'm not up there anymore. Look at these idiots.
4 o'clock goes
Ugh.
too early, man.
Right. Are you having to do them one at a time?
I think so.
Is there comment on the foundation donations?
No,
No, okay.
I mean, you can have it, but
It's a no.
Well, no. I mean, I didn't
You
know
don't
if,
usually.
I didn't know if the foundation was gonna come up and
no.
talk about.
This is just standard procedure.
Sometimes they come up and they talk about it. We have a long ways to go on this agenda. Was this all my fault? It was all my fault, huh? What happened? 14 point, do we have answers?
We need to do one final vote. There is a tie for the third spot.
Okay, well, let's
They
get,
can do that verbally.
yeah, probably.
So these were your top two, and the tie is between these two.
All right. So I would advise that in the top spot is Francine Bustle, and that was with 8 points. We don't know the breakdown of threes or ones or whatevers, but that's with 8 points. She's in the number 1 spot. Based on that, I would make a motion that we cast all 19 votes for Francine Bustle.
Second?
Any discussion?
I don't know if she can, is she ready for you? Are you ready?
Does anybody want to see the tallies?
No, I mean, the tallies are the tallies.
Student advisory?
Do we get a, yeah, Jen second.
Yes.
Student advisory.
Here, I'll pass it to
Yes.
you guys. Okay.
Well, we're going to go one at a time. So there's a motion by me and a second by Tarpley to cast all 19 votes for Francine. And are we going to digitally vote or are we going to verbally vote? Are you ready?
What's easiest for you?
She can do the digital. Let's do that. Let's do digital.
I motioned, Tarpley seconded.
Haley, what was the count for the 2 that were tied? Was it 6 each? Or 5 each, or what was it?
I believe it was 5 and 5. Let me confirm. Yes, it was 5 and 5.
Thank you.
Did the results pop up?
Well, they didn't, did they vote?
I have to do 1, 2, and 3, so I have to do.
Oh, okay. So with 7 points was Jose Cortez. Based upon that, that's the second spot.
I make a motion for all 19 votes to go to Jose Cortez.
Second.
Motion by Tarpley, second by Griffin. Student advisory vote.
Yes.
Well, I think, do they have to finish all 3 before they can vote?
No.
Well,
You
no,
would
we're
think that
voting.
each vote
We're
is,
doing
each
individual.
vote is.
Voting one at a
Okay.
time.
I misunderstood her.
Right, that way if one doesn't.
I motioned and Griffin.
Yeah, Tarpley to Griffin,
And student advisory was a yes.
to a yes from the student advisory.
So are we.
Well, I think she's having to.
No, yeah, I
like,
get it. I
create it
get
every time. Ho, ho, ho. Okay, so we have a tie, and that was with, what did you say, 5 points each?
Yes.
So the 5 points each tie is Elizabeth Ferniza and CJ Eversole. I don't know how we want to resolve the
So
tie.
I'd like to make a motion that we keep that grouping of 3 together, and so I make a motion that all 19 votes go to Elizabeth.
Second.
Motion by Tarpley, second by Griffin. Student advisory.
Yes. I have to be acknowledged by the chair.
I acknowledge you.
Thank you.
I recognize you.
Haley, can you keep this, because this needs to be,
Yeah, it's got to
I
be.
have all the backup for the votes as well from all the board members.
yeah, okay.
That as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Monica and
whoever else went out. And Eric, thank you. I don't remember. I was like, Jay said no, and then it's a blur.
And thank you, Jay, for recusing yourself because it didn't dawn on me. But thank you. That would have thrown everything off. All right. It passed.
And that was for,
3 yeas.
that was for which?
So that's the whole, all three together combined? Oh, that's for Elizabeth.
So,
Oh, so we're gonna go backwards now?
well, no, you've already made your choices.
Well, no, but it didn't display the results for the first two. Did it? Did I miss it?
No, she didn't.
Can
Who
you
was,
see
who was
them?
this for? This was for Elizabeth, okay? Do we need to have the vote on the other two? Who's coming up first?
So the first two were all yay, and it was the third vote for Elizabeth.
Oh, so the first two motions were unanimous, 5-0?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so it was just a split vote on the last one, okay, so. All right, thank you for sticking it out with us Spring Valley Lake candidates.
And next year, we will do this differently. Thanks for all you that stayed here.
14.1 foundation donations, is there a motion?
Motion. Second.
Motion by Tarpley, second by Brady. Student advisory.
Yes.
Oh my God, I am dying tonight. .1 purchase agreement RDO equipment company.
Motion.
Second?
Motion by Brady, second by Tarpley, student advisory.
Yes.
So I'm not going to comment on anything unless a board
Perfect.
member has a question.
Very good. Change order number 1, Assay Abloy.
Motion?
Second.
Motion by Tarpley, second by Brady, student advisory.
Yes.
If anybody has any comment or discussion, jump right in. Water purchase, James A. and Sula B. Revocable Thompson Living Trust.
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Brady, second by Terrell. Student advisory.
Yes.
CUPCCAA agreement.
Cup.
Mason and Sons Heating and Air Conditioning, Inc.
Motion.
County Form 50 Emergencies.
Second?
Motion by Brady, second by Tarpley. I don't want to get too far ahead of her. She can't move on until the vote pops. So.
Student advisory says yes.
Student advisory. Hey, you can't speak until you're recognized by the chair.
Unless you call a point of order.
At this point, right? I know. I'm not just not even messing with her.
Ooh, a little testy.
Not even mess. Just trade me seats, will you? Come and take over.
She's getting up.
I know. I like it. Did we get did it pop? Oh, I'm sorry. Agreement with Veritas Geological Services. I'm not even going to say the S word.
Solar.
Yes, I motion
Second.
Motion by Terrell,
By
second
Tarpley.
by Brady.
Better see a yay down there.
That's a geology guy.
Student advisory.
Yes.
Kupka agreement with Lopez Bros, Inc., asphalt repair for the Regional Public Safety Training Center.
Motion. Second.
Motion by Brady, second by Terrell. Student advisory vote.
Yes.
Stephanie, if I'm going too quick.
Sorry.
15.7, Kupka CMAS agreement with Mike's Custom Flooring for the weight room in the gym.
Motion. Second.
Student advisory.
Yes.
That's a motion by Tarpley. What? Well, I'm trying to delay until the vote pops because she's getting the vote together, so I'm not trying to get. Brady, second by Brady.
Yeah, if they get too fast, just say, hold up.
And the student advisory was yes. .1 academic equivalency, Eric Ellison.
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Tarpley, second by Terrell. Student advisory.
Yes.
.2 academic equivalency, Lewis Hudor.
Motion.
Second.
Go ahead.
Motion by Brady, second by Terrell. Student advisory vote.
Yes.
Academic equivalency, Ashley Lindsay.
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Terrell, second by Tarpley. Student advisory vote.
Yes.
Academic equivalency, Andrew Minala.
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Terrell, second by Tarpley. Student advisory.
Yes.
Oh, that one popped up quick. Academic equivalency, Kelly Valencia.
Motion.
Second.
Whoa. Motion by Terrell, second by Griffin.
Love it.
Student advisory vote,
Yes.
Terrell, Griffin.
That works too.
Kind of everybody motioned. Revised management job description for Dean of Instruction.
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Brady, second by Tarpley. Student advisory.
Yes.
Revised management job description for Dean, Student Services, 16.7.
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Brady, second by Tarpley. Student advisory.
Yes.
16.8 amendment of reorganization, position change, executive director, student services.
Motion. Second.
Motion by Brady, second by Terrell. Student advisory.
Yes.
Are you gonna take a nap in between votes? 16.9 CSEA collective bargaining agreement.
Motion.
Pulling Appendix C second.
Yes, we're voting on this with Appendix C pulled. There's a motion by Brady.
I second.
Oh, second by Tarpley. Student advisory vote.
Yes.
You gotta text her and tell her we all voted no, though. Do it. Say they did it.
It was unanimous.
Right. 05 for no. 16.1, agreement for Delvaney, Pate, Morris, and Cameron.
16.10.
16.10, good catch.
Second.
Motion by Brady, second by Terrell, student advisory.
Yes.
Was it Griffin? No, it was Terrell.
Me.
Oh, sorry.
This is the contract with the general counsel.
Yep. Did we get Haley's?
Yes.
This one is the change.
Right. Just waiting for the vote to pop. It like goes fast and then slow.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
know
like
what's going
waves.
on. 17.1, 2024-2025 academic calendar.
Motion.
This is with the modification
Well-
that,
I need to pull that, right, Todd? There was no modification?
are you
So-
pulling it?
Yeah, pulling it.
Okay,
There's no
17.
modification. It's as is.
Oh, pull the okay. Pull the correction.
I was sent a text that was a misunderstanding.
So
Wait,
as is.
you're pulling the modification or you're pulling 17.1?
No, pulling the modification, so you're voting on it as it is.
Okay, 17.1 though, is there a motion?
Yeah,
Motion.
there was.
Motion by Brady,
Second.
second by Terrell, student advisory.
Yes.
Seventeen point two, 2025-26 academic calendar.
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Brady, second by Tarpley. Student advisory.
Yes.
Huh?
That's a nice way of saying, Joe, you're asleep behind the switch.
Joe, wake up.
Thanks, Steph.
Contract purchase agreement,
They all
air
never
gas welding supplies.
Motion.
Motion. Second.
Motion by Brady, second by Griffin. Student advisory.
Yes.
I like how you just like stare at me now. You're like,
Can you feel it? We're almost there.
I know. 17.4 curriculum changes.
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Tarpley, second by Brady. Student advisory vote.
Yes.
So under 19, everything is just discussion, and it's all about the new first reads except for item 1, which I know that Trustee Brady wants to speak on.
Thank you, Dr. Walden. I understand there's been some concern about how we honor people or how we, I think it started with Trustee Pinkerton and
Well,
that.
Joe, she didn't get your vote.
Oh, Sleep again, Steph, sorry. So excited to get out of here that I forgot.
So tired.
Start?
Yeah.
So I guess there was some concern or conversation by some on how the issue with getting the certificates and stuff for Sharon Pinkerton came about, and that was an idea that I came on up with. I thought she had done a great job and she had left early, but I guess there were some people that want to know if we had a policy about it, and I don't think we've ever had a policy. When it came to this issue about Ted Baca, Ted was probably the longest standing trustee at Barstow and died suddenly one day. The meetings that we have annually between the two colleges came about through a very serious discussion I had with him years ago. I really looked up to him. He's a great guy. Unfortunately, when we talked as a board, not all the board members today were here at that time, we agreed to do something for Ted, a proclamation for his wife, but quite candidly, for 2 years, his wife didn't want to come here and receive anything because she was still in mourning. He has a brother by the name of Fred, so the Baca boys are very well known in Barstow, and I think have had a lot to do with the college's success, and I just felt it was appropriate for, you know, the college that I think we have a great partnership out there to recognize their efforts, and with Ted's wife coming down, and hopefully Fred being able to come down. So his health is not very good right now, and I know that Dr. Bagg was excited about it, and it's just been something that we just haven't pursued because of timing and, you know, elections and all that. I just felt it was appropriate to acknowledge the work that they've done and the work they've done in education. Ted was a longstanding member of the faculty out there. I think he a doctor, and Fred's just part of that educational community out there. So it was just kind of an idea. So I know that either we need to come with a policy about how we honor people or we discuss it. I think maybe I've had too many discussions with probably Dr. Walton, and maybe we haven't discussed it openly.
I don't think the question was about policy. It was just, did the board have an opportunity to weigh in and say, as a board, that we want to do this? So this isn't the kind of thing I think that you need to vote on unless somebody wants it on an action agenda. It's just a discussion here. Do you want to honor these people? And if so, how do you want to do it? Is there a consensus among the board? Because we can take it on. My office, and Robert's left, so I can say in Robert.
Add another thing to Robert's list.
Yeah. So we
can text him because I'm sure he's texting his car.
What you want to do. So I think the board members that mentioned something to me was, when did we decide to do this? And not one person voiced that they were against honoring Sharon at all. Not one person at all. Just that when was it a board discussion? So
I think with Ted, the discussion goes back 2.5 years ago in probably my comments. So
right.
Trustee Terrell and Trustee Griffin were not here at the time, nor were they when there was a slight conversation about Fred. I think that probably because of my interaction out there, more times than not, I see Dr. Bagg pretty regularly. We've had the conversation, and I've somewhat said to her, we're going to go do this. It was not pulling teeth to get information. It was the timing of being sensitive to Mrs. Baca, Ted's wife, on when she would finally come here.
Did they both pass?
No, Ted passed.
Just Ted.
Fred did not get reelected, and his health is real bad. And I just felt it was. I'm a real sensitive guy. I like to acknowledge people that do great things, and I don't think we have enough people that do enough great things. So, and I'm not going to apologize for that.
No, and you are very sensitive, and I appreciate that in you. I would be remiss in saying I don't necessarily think we should do more than we've done for people that have served on our board. You know what I mean? So I don't want to make light of our own community here at VVC, but I also understand and appreciate the partnership, and that dual meeting was fabulous and all of that. So I just want us to be intentional in how we celebrate people.
I think it's
And not, not so much a popularity contest as it is, let's be equitable.
And in your comments are well taken. I think that at this point, I think that Mrs. Baca is waiting to come down here at this point. So if we decide not to.
There was someone from Barstow that we honored some years ago. I think what happened is
Tim.
Tim,
Yeah.
who?
Tim, yeah.
Yeah.
Tim, what was his last name?
Tim, not McCain, but Tim, I'm drawing a
I can
blank.
picture his face, but I
Yeah,
can't.
no, so Tim was,
So what we ended up doing with that, my point is what you do. So we could do something like we did with Tim, which was, I think we got a couple of talking points from you, and then we got with Robert, and he wrote something up, and we put it up a nice little thing, and then I know that President Back, I spent 2 days with her, sat by her, had dinner with her last night. But anyway.
I won't tell her that.
President, what's her face?
Hey, it's getting late. But anyway.
Right.
So we could do something like that. If the board wants to do that, we could do that for Fred. That's who you want to do this for, right, Fred?
Ted.
Ted and
Well,
Fred.
is it two?
No, he's not.
Where's the
At least he's not dead tonight. I won't tell Fred that, hey, Fred, you know you're not dead.
I agree with what she's saying. Is it a little bit
No, yeah, it was
awkward
more
to honor somebody?
It was more to thank Fred for all the years. He's been on that
Worry
board.
about Fred, he's like, I'm right here, Joe.
No, so Fred's been on that board literally longer than probably anybody that's ever been on our board. That
I'm in
was,
support of it.
yeah, he's been out there for 20 some odd years.
Yeah, a long time.
Now, is it customary for, and forgive my whatever, my tiredness, is it customary for VVC to honor long-standing Barstow? I mean, are we going out to Apple Valley? Are we going out to all the other college? What do we do? What's the thing?
You know, Trustee Tarpley, this started with a conversation when I went out to see Dr. Baca, and this college was sinking, and we went out and had lunch, and I knew him and knew of him well, and somebody brokered the lunch, and I sat down and went to him for help, and the dinner idea and the joint board meeting came from that conversation, and the Bacas have just been a huge part of education out there. So your comments are well taken. It's not a, I know Julie Hackbart, she's our current president. I don't think that she's not deserving of our acknowledgement, but I think that we have a great working relationship between the two colleges, and I think if somebody steps out and they're great, then, what does it cost us to put together a plaque? I'll pay for the plaque. I don't care about paying for it. I'll go get it done somewhere. It's just the acknowledgement that we're working as a team. We're sucking out of the same aquifer out there. And we have a lot of joint things. And I can't tell you how proud Deb was. When we got in the car after that lunch, she turned to me and she said, Joe, I'm so glad that we not only invested in this college, but how the college, and they weren't blowing smoke because I was in the room. They were blowing smoke about what they were doing and the connection that they have with us. So I think there's a lot more synergy there. And for those that were here at the joint meeting that we had, the synergy in this room was incredible. So I think we're all doing great things together. And when I saw their logistics program, the first thing I did is send it to Doc here. And then I told that to Eva. She was really proud. She did that? I said, absolutely. Because if we can, I'm not about creating a new idea. If Steve's doing something that's great, I'm not going to go create it. I'm going to go partner with it.
Steal it.
Well, I could be talking about it.
Well, it sounds like over the years.
I think there's Joe, you've had kind words for the Bacas before. I've met them quite a few times. Nothing but respect for them. Respect for all the work that they put in for the college, and I think we have consensus that we will have a moment in honor of them at an upcoming board meeting.
Mr. Griffin was trying to speak.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. No, I think you're probably saying the same thing I was going to say. It sounds, of course, I wasn't here over the years, but it sounds like over the years, we've had a synergistic relationship with that college where sometimes we benefited from some of their best practices and vice versa. So I wouldn't have a problem doing something, especially since Mrs. Baca is awaiting and she's been informed. So
I will say this. Most people don't know that there was going to be a community college built. and it was going to be built between Wild Wash and Sidewinder at the, I can't remember what that intersection was, and there was a big debate between that region and this region back 60 years ago, and a big fight. And it wasn't until Ted said, let's go do something, and there was some concern here at the college that I was running for another office to bring the two colleges together. We have so much synergy. You know, it's like what Steve does in his industry, you know, to go down to Paris. What's he doing in Paris? There's a synergy of what you do here to Paris. I mean, you know, I really believe, Trustee Griffin, that 1 + 1 is 3. And I believe that peanut butter and chocolate is a Reese's peanut butter cup. Okay? I mean, that's how I build my business. So, yeah.
So I think we have consensus. We're going to move forward with something as
just gotta be
proposed
sure
by
Frank-
Dan.
Yeah, Joe, just to expound on that Paris Center, Target Distribution Center, their logistics program that they have set up and the apprenticeship program is something we can share with them too.
That is 2 million feet.
So it sounds like we can do like we did before with Tim. I'll get some talking points from Joe. We'll get it put together and get on an agenda when they can come.
It was Tim Hayden.
Yes.
I couldn't remember.
Doctor,
the last name.
right? Was it Dr. Tim?
Yeah.
Okay, so 19.2 through 19.3. Thank you for emailing those out in a timely fashion with all the corrections and deletions. I did have an opportunity to read those over. Does anybody have any comment? We're not voting on any of these. This is a first read.
No, that's
Any-
19.2 through 19.13.
1-3. Yes.
And you'll connect us.
You knew what I meant.
I did.
Thank you.
I thought it was
Yes.
1-7.
19.2 through 19.13. Any other comments? Hearing no comments, motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Oh, that everyone.
Thank you.
Fought over.
Hey, we made it before 10.
Wow.
Is there no applause when you make?
I don't know, Monica made it by 7:30. I'm just saying. I got to talk to Brandon.